Education reconvene into open session at 6 p.m. Roll call, please.
Susan Smith present.
Jesus Holguin present. Thea Johnson present.
Daryl Peden present.
Martin Rex Kidzior present.
Robert Verdi present.
Susanna Lopez present.
Maribel Maddox present.
Thank you. This coming Thursday, September 16th, will mark 2 years since the tragic situation that led to the passing of Diego Stoltz, one of our students and community members. We want our community to know that we will never forget this day. We will never forget Diego. On behalf of the Board of Education and the Moreno Valley Unified School District, please join us for a moment of silence in the memory of Diego. Thank you. To report out of closed session, the Board of Education met in closed session to discuss board deliberation regarding public employee employment, appointment, public employee discipline, dismissal, release, non-reelects, conference with labor negotiator, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, and conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation. The board gave further direction to district staff and took action on the following. I also want to make sure that it's known that these items were pulled from our consent calendar, item G4A1 and G4A2, for a separate vote as follows. Motion was made by Mr. Holguin and seconded by Mr. Johnson and approved the middle school assistant principal for Badger Springs Middle School, Grant Dolan. This was approved by the Board of Education by the following vote: 4 yes, 0 no's. A motion was made by Mr. Johnson and seconded by Mr. Holguin and approved the elementary school assistant principal Cloverdale Elementary, Alondra Johnson. This was approved by the Board of Education by the following vote: 4 yes, 0 no. A motion was made by Ms. Smith and seconded by Mr. Peden and approved the elementary school assistant principal for Northrid Elementary, Angela Corey. This was approved by the Board of Education by the following vote: 4 yes, 0 no's. A motion was made by Mr. Johnson and seconded by Mr. Holguin and approved the elementary school assistant principal for Bear Valley Elementary School, Shelley Larson. This was approved by the Board of Education by the following vote: 4 yes, 0 no's. A motion was made by Ms. Smith and seconded by Mr. Holguin and approved the elementary school assistant principal for Sunnymead Elementary School, Kimberly Taylor. This was approved by the Board of Education by the following vote: 4 yes, 0 no's. A motion was made by Ms. Smith and seconded by Mr. Holguin and approved the elementary school principal for Edgemont Elementary School, Ms. Vega. This was approved by the Board of Education by the following votes: 4 yes, 0 no. A motion was made by Mr. Johnson and seconded by Ms. Smith and approved the Director 3 of Professional Development and Digital Learning, Smiley Villavicencio. This was approved by the Board of Education by the following vote: 4 yes, 0 no. Also on item G4A2, a motion was made by Mr. Holguin and seconded by Ms. Smith and approved the nutritionist from Nutrition Service Department, Camilla Williams. This was approved by the Board of Education by the following vote: 4 yes, 0 no's. Dr. Verdi, can you please introduce our employees.
It'll be my pleasure, Mr. Peden, and thank you again to our Board of Education for approving the recommendations of the school district this evening. We have several new managers with us, or current managers taking on new challenges with our district. And so it's my pleasure to introduce first off the new assistant principal with Badger Springs Middle School, Mr. Grant Dolan. Mr. Dolan.
Good evening, this school board and Dr. Kiziora, and I would like to thank you guys for allowing me this opportunity of becoming the Badger Springs Middle School assistant principal. And I look forward to this challenges ahead of us and making the school the best that we can. Thank you very much.
Also promoting from within our school district, Mr. Peden, we have the new assistant principal at Cloverdale Elementary with us tonight. That's Miss Alondra Johnson.
Good evening, everyone. I want to thank Dr. Kiziora and our Board of Education for this opportunity to promote within our district. I'm looking forward to working with my new team at Cloverdale Elementary, and I look forward to continuing to help our students have an equitable education. Thank you.
Joining the district and joining Mr. Hamilton's team at Northridge Elementary as the new assistant principal there, we'd like to welcome Ms. Angela Corey. Ms. Corey, if you could say a few words, please.
Hi, thank you. Thank you to the Board of Education, Dr. Kiziora, and staff, families, and all community members. I would like to thank you all for this opportunity. I'm looking forward to joining the Moreno Valley Unified School District family. I'm really excited and I'm ready to have some fun and make sure that we are ready for our next steps. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Corey. And joining us as part of our Moreno Valley family as the new assistant principal for Bear Valley Elementary School, please welcome Shelly Larson. Ms. Larson.
Thank you for this opportunity to speak tonight. Thank you, Dr. Kiziora and the Board of Education. I am really looking forward to the opportunity to join the Moreno Valley Unified School District family, and I am so excited to be joining Bear Valley Elementary. So thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Ms. Larson, and welcome. Next, I get to introduce to the board our new assistant principal at Sunnymead Elementary School. She's been with the district since 1997. We're so excited for her to take this next step with us. Ms. Kimberly Taylor. Ms. Taylor, congratulations.
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank each and every one of you, Moreno Valley Unified School District Board and Dr. Kiziora for this opportunity from the bottom of my heart. I want to say thank you to Dr. Lisa Broomfield and my village for always encouraging me and pushing me forward to do better. I want to thank my mother, Sylvia Taylor, which is a retiree from Moreno Valley Unified School District, and my family for always pushing me to be the best version of me. And I am thankful and grateful for this opportunity and can't wait to be a shining star at Sunnymead Elementary.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor. We're also very happy to congratulate this manager on his next step with us in his leadership journey, our new Director 3 of Professional Development and Digital Learning, Mr. Smiley Villavicencio. Mr. Villavicencio, congratulations.
Thank you. Good evening, board members, Dr. Kiziora and Cabinet. I'm very pleased to accept this position and would like to thank you for the opportunity. I've been a principal in the district now for 10 years. Over the past 4 years, I've had the honor of being at Edgemont Elementary. And I have to share that I'm really going to miss my students, families, and staff, the amazing staff at Edgemont. But I'm also very thrilled to join the team of talented educators at Professional Development Center and to continue the work of Dr. Buster in supporting our MVUSD staff and improving student achievement. Thank you. I'm excited to get started.
Thank you and congratulations again, sir. That does leave a hole at Edgemont Elementary, and we are very excited to be able to pass the baton to a very capable leader currently in our district. She's been serving as an assistant principal, and if you would please welcome Ms. Muriel Vega, the new principal for Edgemont Elementary School. Ms. Vega.
Hi, good evening. Hi, thank you, Dr. Verdi. It is with a humble heart that I thank the board tonight, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Peden, Ms. Smith, and Mr. Olguin. and Dr. Kazura and Cabinet, Ms. Maddox, Dr. Verdi, and Ms. Lopez tonight. It will be my honor to continue to serve Moreno Valley Unified and our community as Edgemont's new principal. I am really deeply grateful for this opportunity to contribute to the success of our students. I've had the amazing opportunity to work with two amazing admin teams at Armada and Northridge, Maria Ariola and Wade Hamilton, and some amazing teachers and staff. So I'm really looking forward to meeting the wonderful staff at Edgemont Elementary. So thank you so very much for this opportunity.
Congratulations again, Ms. Vega. Thank you. We also have a new nutritionist joining the management ranks here in Moreno Valley and becoming a part of our family here in the school district, coming with a great deal of experience in nutrition services. Our new district nutritionist is Camilla Williams. Ms. Williams, congratulations.
Thank you so much. Good evening, Superintendent Kaziora, board members, and Moreno Valley community. It is my pleasure, and I thank you for the opportunity to join the Moreno Valley family as well as the magnificent Moreno Valley Nutrition Services team. I'd like to again thank you for this opportunity, and I commit to always putting the health and development of children and families first, and also always doing my work with the board priorities and principles in mind. Thank you. I look forward to working with the various departments across the district.
Thank you again and welcome, Ms. Williams. Last but not least, Mr. Peden, we did have a previous approval on June the 29th. The school board approved the district's recommendation for Ms. Angela Dubé Robinson to become the new coordinator of professional development and digital learning. And she wanted to say a few words of gratitude to the board tonight, if you'll indulge us. Ms. Robinson, congratulations again.
Thank you very much. Thank you to the board members. Thank you to Dr. Kadziora and all the cabinet members. I am truly honored to be selected for the position of coordinator for professional development and digital learning. And I'd like to take this opportunity to thank my family, my husband, my two children, Morgan and Sydney Robinson, and for all their support over the last 35 years of my career in Moreno Valley. And they've helped support my career goals, and I'm truly appreciative of that. And also to my mother and father-in-law, Art and Vicey Robinson, who Art was actually a 12-year member of this very board. And they've been here with me through the years, supporting with childcare always for my children. And I couldn't have achieved any of my career goals without them. So I'm grateful to them. And I am honored to lead the wonderful professional development department. The office staff and the PD specialists are an amazing group of people. And I am excited and honored to be able to lead them. And most importantly, I'd like to thank the outgoing director of professional development and digital learning, Dr. Sue Buster, who without her leadership and her belief in me, I know that I wouldn't be here today. She's given me many opportunities to grow my leadership skills that'll carry us forward as we continue this new journey in professional development. So thank you again. I'm very excited and a lot of work to do, and I'm ready for it. Thank you.
Thank you again, Ms. Dubé Robinson, and thank you to all of our candidates for joining us tonight. Congratulations. With that, I'll pass it back over to you, Mr. Peden. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Verde. I mean, I clearly, the governance team here at Moreno Valley Unified, we don't take these decisions lightly. And so we want to say that we thank you so much for accepting the challenge and being in the leadership role that you're going to be in to educate our kids and build the future of our community and in our nation. So thank you very much. Dr. Kidziora and board, do you all have anything else to add?
Good selection. And then the last one, Art Robinson. I remember him very well.
Just like to say welcome. We're happy to have you. Congratulations on your new positions. I think everyone will just do really great. Thank you.
And I just want to say thank you all for accepting the challenge, for accepting the opportunity, however you want to call it. But for us, is an honor to be working with you and to have you as part of our team, as part of our family, as we want to continue improving our services to our students and making sure that every student is successful in our district. So thank you for joining or for continuing with us. And we look forward to working closely and supporting you as much as we can. So good luck to you and congratulations.
I just want to say how proud we are of each of you. And I want you to know this is like watching Glee for me, because each of you are so talented. And having met all of you, except for one of you, I feel like that the talent that you have here is going to make some wonderful music in our district, and some just feelings that when you watch Glee, how you feel. I don't know if you know what I'm talking about, but I'm just going to say to you, that's how I feel when I see you and when you speak. And I know that each of you are going to do wonderful things here. And I'm just so proud of you for accepting the challenge and for being part of our Excellence on Purpose. Thank you.
Well, thank you, everyone. You're free to hang out with us. We have a really long agenda. I think we're probably going to go to about 11 o'clock, so feel free to hang out and enjoy the meeting. If not, you're free to go. Bye, everyone. All right, moving on to E1, Pledge of Allegiance. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Brian Meza Ponce, 11th grade students from Moreno Valley High School.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, and with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, sir. All right, we're moving on to, here it is. Moving on to E2, date of future board meetings. We'll just go over this real quickly. So we have a study session on CTE programs and facility projects updates on September 28th. That's a study session. October 12th is our next regular board meeting. And we have another regular board meeting October 26th. And then moving on to November 9th, we have a regular board meeting, and December 14th will be another organizational and regular board meeting as well. Any questions or concerns on that, board? All right, seeing none, we'll move on to E3, school reports. We have the high school student board representative, Serenity Sanchez, 12th grade student from Canyon Springs High School, will give their school report at this time.
Good evening, President Peden, board members, Superintendent Dr. Ketziora, cabinet members, and fellow attendees. I am Serenity Sanchez, the ASB president at Canyon Springs High School. And tonight I am here to inform you all that we have done this year. In doing so, we consistently made certain to exemplify Cougar core values of responsibility, integrity, and grit. We've had a busy year so far, and we are only 4.5 weeks into the year. We started the year before the year officially began with our reunion day. We were happy to welcome many parents, students, and alumni to tour our school with all of the changes that have occurred since March 2020. They even had a photo opportunity with our new mascot, Champ the Cougar. The day before school started, we had Link Crew's freshman orientation. Approximately 260 freshmen attended this event, where they were connected with upperclassmen for the year to help guide them through their first year of high school. In the first days of school, each morning we spent extra time in our second period classes with activities which were meant to help us get back into school routines and expectations. The first morning of school, we also hosted our traditional senior sunrise outside of the stadium. It was a chance for seniors to reconnect with classmates and symbolically mark their first day of being a senior. At the main entrance of the school, we rolled out our teal carpet to welcome everyone back to school, and in the quad, we had a selfie station for students and staffs to take pictures documenting their first days. We also had our former ASB president and small business owner DJing the hour before classes started to kick off the first day of school on a good note. We currently have a lot of construction happening on our campus. Our NPR and cafeteria should be opening this semester. The D building is being renovated, and our front office is almost ready to open. Students and staff alike are loving our newly modernized A building and our newly open E building. We can't wait to see the rest of our campus completed. We want to extend our thanks to everyone involved in the construction process. At the end of August, we hosted our virtual back to school night, which was attended by parents and students. We want to thank all who attended. We also had our Williams visit occur the same day. It went very well with positive results. Our counseling department is busy working on college kickoff, which will highlight colleges and universities, historically Black colleges and universities, trade schools, and the military. Our juniors and seniors who are in academies and programs are preparing a virtual college fair for our freshmen and sophomores. This is the first year we have implemented the Building SS Reduce Risk BAR program. We have 5 teachers from the English, Math, and Science departments, a coordinator, and 217 freshmen involved with the program. We are looking forward to what is to come with the new program on our campus to increase students and staff connections. This program supports our 6 characteristics of our portrait of a graduate. With October being Bully Prevention Month, our ASB is planning a blue-themed football game for our game versus Vista Del Lago. Blue ribbons will be passed out to all classes and the football game itself, and Vista Del Lago's ASB will help us spread awareness by decorating their side of the stadium. We are asking everyone to speak up for others if witnessing any type of bullying. ASB will be partnering with our anti-bully club for the month of October to highlight bullying prevention. We also want to congratulate Ms. Gomez and the anti-bullying club for being considered a Golden Bell Award. We are so proud of everything you do to educate the school community. A validation visit is being scheduled to make the award official. ASB has already had and been a very busy year. Last week, we hosted Club Rush with over 30 clubs, programs, and sports represented during lunches. Students were able to go from table to table to get information on various groups so they can get involved. We have our virtual homecoming assembly planned for next week on Friday with appearances by choir, band, cheer, ballet folklorico, ROTC, color guard, and all of our fall sports. Our outreach team is starting to plan our yearly week of giving in hopes of continuing to support our district's wellness center. We have seen an increased interest in school activities and students with the desire to get involved with school clubs, programs, and sports. We appreciate the support given to all of our programs by Moreno Valley Unified School District Board of Education, Superintendent, and the district staff in order to get our students connected to our school. Last but not least, our athletics department has been occupied with updating our technology and banners. We have a new score table in the gym for basketball, volleyball, and wrestling, and once construction on the NPR is complete, our digital wall of fame should be installed. This year's athletic banner is ready to be put up on the ticket booth. The sports banner in the gym have been updated and we have a new media backdrop for college signing events. Athletics and ASB have continued to work together this year to host halftime competitions during football games. Champ the Cougar was able to participate as well. He even kicked the field goal. Our fall sports teams have been hard at work practicing and competing. We are excited to announce that our football team under our new head coach, Kyle McFadden, is already 2-1. We are excited to see what the rest of the season will have to bring. This concludes my report. Are there any questions?
No questions. Thank you, Serenity. We appreciate your time. All right, now we're on to E4 for Superintendent's Report. Dr. Kidziora.
Thank you, Mr. Payton. So in moving right to the next slide, because I know time, I just want to remind everyone about our 11 commitments. And I talked about them today to our extended cabinet. And one of the things that I've talked to people about is the sacrifice that people are making right now. And we do know that they need to have balance in their life. And we know that's coming. And that's in the 11 commitments. But I do want to remind everyone about our portrait of a graduate, which what the student from Canyon Springs mentioned, Serenity, how important that is to build those skills into each of our students as they begin TK all the way through high school, communication, collaboration, critical thinking, creativity, adaptability, and perseverance. and then to remember how important it is to live our vision and live our mission so that we do make sure that students make a positive impact on our world and that we are making students successful for a successful life. And those are done to those 5 goals and the outcomes that each of them have to be achieved. And we are continuing to work on that in spite of some of the challenges that we are facing this school year. And I want to thank everyone for embracing those and being part of that. In the corner of each of these slides, you'll see a goal. And each of these goals are what is in our strategic plan. And each of the people that I'm presenting tonight help reach that goal. This is a 1st grade student in Pam Peteline's class at Northridge Elementary, where Wade Hamilton is the principal. And I had the pleasure of visiting their classroom, and Declan is only in the 1st grade, but he's already a leader at his school. His mom happens to work in human resources here. Her name's Andrea Anderson. And his grandmother is Vicki Smith, and she's a former retired employee in our district. But Declan, when I was in the classroom, they came back in from recess and they're supposed to wear a mask in the classroom. And some students had taken theirs off and they came back in and they did not all have a mask, or they couldn't find it. And Declan told Miss Peteline, "It's okay, Miss Peteline, I've got masks for everyone. I brought extras," and he hands them out to them. And I just want to say, I was like, what a wonderful young man. And then the other day, Miss Peteline told me a story that he had to borrow a water bottle from her because he forgot something. Well, the next day he brought water for the entire class. And that's the kind of student Declan is. And I just wish we had more Declans out there and who take care of each other, listen to understand, and use good manners. So thank you, Declan, and your family for what you bring to Moreno Valley Unified School District. Then sitting in the boardroom tonight, and she's also the executive assistant to the superintendent, she was recently featured in a magazine that you can see there. It's called Envision Ed. It's an actual magazine. I just want y'all to see. And we always start with our why. And Brenda Tejas was featured in here on Hand in Hand Bridging the Digital Gap. She said connectivity was compromised, so we need to do home visits, call people, and write kind notes to our students and families. Our messaging was different. And she has been an amazing support to families and our community through the pandemic and continues to do that. But I just wanted our community to know she was recently featured in this journal that was published by one of our vendors, and they interviewed her. So congratulations to Brenda. And then one of our new hires is Toby Boucher, and he is the facilities and events manager. Now, he's made an impact already, enhanced community through action. So I got an email and he said, I want to call out, Dr. Kidzura, the superior support we received from one of your newest MVUSD team members, Mr. Toby Boucher. We recently engaged MVUSD to rent classroom and multi-purpose room space to support our video production for district administrator related to schools and healthy indoor air quality. Toby was most helpful in working with us, selected an appropriate school site, selected the appropriate rooms for filming, uploaded our facilities requests to the Facilitron platform, allowed for a site reconciliation so that we could assess the differences between the Facilitron pictures and the actual status of the room to be used, provided access to the school site for the day of filming. We conducted our filming this past Sunday. This was a while ago. And at 7 a.m. lasting up until 5 p.m. It was hot, it was humid. It was a Sunday. Toby was with our crew of 10 outside and indoors throughout the day. And on behalf of School Specials League, we want to call out his professionalism and customer service and say thank you. He is awesome to work with, and we look forward to doing more projects with Moreno Valley Unified School District. So I want to thank the board for approving Toby and hiring him, but thank Toby for his amazing customer service. And he works with Anthony Pipkins as Director of Maintenance and Operations. And what a wonderful team of people. The next recognition goes to Rebecca Buckoff. who's a professional development specialist. And she intends to be successful and collaborative. This year, MVUSD increased exponentially. The school once had 200 students, now has over 1,100 students. And we're very proud to offer this, but it did require people to be trained in a timely manner and get support. Rebecca has a master's in technology, and she said, good morning. At this moment, I'm here at MVUSD in room M2. After talking with Dr. Kidziora, I'll be at MVUSD here from 9 to 3:30 or 3 o'clock. I'll stay later in the day if needed. I'll be at Midland in the morning from 7:20 to 9. I'll be supporting elementary teachers at MVUSD with distance learning during the month of August. She's now going to be there during the month of September. And hopefully Daniel Home and I will be able to support the teachers and prepare them for a successful school year. And there's been a lot of new teachers that began there, a lot of new families. And Rebecca has been a wonderful liaison working with Daniel Home there to address the multiple needs of families in a new situation. And I must tell you, Dr. Buster is also very proud of you, your Director of Professional Development and Digital Learning, because she had to be repurposed from her site at Midland. And also, her mother is on the school board. That's not why we're recognizing her, but it's just a connection of Mrs. Smith, if you didn't guess. She looks kind of like her. And so congratulations, Rebecca, and congratulations, Mrs. Smith. What a great job y'all have all done. The next one is Jillian McDaniel. Now, Jillian is a brand new AAA/IAC at Vista Del Lago High School. Commitment number 8 says our leaders and accept the responsibility and the sacrifice, ensuring equity for all. Brand new teacher, Richard Ratcliffe wrote me an email and said, at the end of my first month with Moreno Valley Unified School District, I wanted to let you know that I'm grateful for the opportunity to come to work here and how happy I am with the school district, the staff members, and the students. I've been treated wonderfully, and everyone has been so willing to help me and learn the MVUSD way. If I may be so bold, I wanted to let you know that Mr. Julian McDaniel, our AAA/IAC, is someone to keep your eye on. And when I first read that, I thought, I hope this is good. He's been quick to volunteer to help, followed up with anything he promised more quickly than I expected, and is very accessible and approachable. I've worked with many administrators throughout my career, and he's already shown me he's one of the best. It's great to be a Raven. Thank you, Dr. Dunhams, for the principal of Vista Del Lago, but thank you, Richard Radcliffe, who's the new logistics pathway teacher there, and Jillian McDaniel for helping teachers get what they need. This is written by Marie White. This is about Jesse Duckett, who is the head custodian at Ramona Elementary School, but he was on reunion day, what we had in August when it was very hot outside. He's the head custodian at Ramona, but he helped at Hendrick Ranch that day. And, you know, we talk about having good manners and listening, but Jesse Duckett does that. And Marie White said, good morning. My staff and I want to acknowledge what a great job Mr. Duckett did for Hendrick Ranch on Saturday. He was very attentive and provided excellent customer service to the entire Hendrick Ranch community. Please thank him again for his excellent work and dedication to Moreno Valley families. Thank you, Jesse Duckett. And he's always very helpful when you go to Ramona Elementary. And then at Mountain View Middle School, there's a teacher there named Dr. Selena Bray. And this is commitment number 9, or proficient and time effective. Holly says, I write with happy news that Selena Gray is one of 3 Stanford Graduate School of Education alumni to be honored with the Graduate School of Education's highest alumni honor this year. The following story was posted on Thursday, October 5th in Stanford University's Graduate School of Education's news page, and we're incredibly proud to call her one of our own and would be delighted if you'd be willing to help us spread the word of this remarkable achievement. And Selena Gray is a teacher at Mountain View Middle School, works with Marissa Smith, the principal. And I want you to know that she volunteers her time at Mountain View Middle School to provide social emotional learning for the staff on her own. Offers workshops. I was there one day at the beginning of the year. They were voluntary. And she's very committed to her school and her community and to her profession. So thank you. This is Lisa Broomfield, Dr. Lisa Broomfield. She just got her doctorate. I don't know if y'all know. The other night she was a crown doctor and she did her oral defense, did an excellent job. I happened to be on her dissertation committee, so she did an excellent job. So, you know, we always start with the why. So Ben Kingsbury from the California Department of Education gave comments that were shared after presentation at the Joint Leadership Summit. I was going to share all of the comments, but I think you'll get the idea of how people felt with the sample below. Lisa presented to the State Department of Education, to all the people that are going through a program quality or a federal program monitoring like our district went through this year. They chose Lisa, Dr. Broomfield, to present. And so the comments from the people across the state were, this is so helpful. I'm new to the process and this is exactly what I needed. Thank you for sharing your expertise and perspective. Love your top 10. Thank you, Lisa. Absolutely great presentation. These were from different people. Wonderful. This was so helpful. Thank you. Thank you for the great tips. Love your positive energy. This was a terrific presentation. Many good tips provided. Thank you, Lisa. I love your positive energy and sage advice. This was so helpful. Thank you so much for your guidance. Thank you, Lisa. Absolutely great presentation. I just want to, can you go back there just a minute? I just want to say how proud we are of Lisa for not only obtaining her doctorate, but also for what she provides to our community and her service and support. She leads the African American Parent Council, but she also leads why we do what we do is in equity for an access for all students. So I just want to tell her and her staff how proud we are of them. Thank you. And then I want to spend a little time here from about our cheerleaders at Valley View High School. I'm sure you may have heard that on August 19th, there was an incident in another school district. And, you know, our cheerleaders came back that evening and they came back and, you know, it was on the weekend, but on that Monday, Mrs. Johnson, the principal of Valley View High School in Kenya, Williams, the coach of the cheerleaders, and myself and some parents met with these young ladies. And I just want to say how proud we should be of them as a community. That evening when they left without incident by them, they displayed the behavior and the qualities of a portrait of a graduate, but they also displayed many things in our mission and vision statement about equity and about serving and supporting each other. They did the right thing that evening. We talk about bullying and being bullied, and they told someone. But not only did they tell someone, but they listened to their teacher, their coach, Kenya Williams, and they left where they were because they felt they weren't safe. And they came back to the school district and they were supported by our school district. Our Board of Education they were working with us that weekend. They were all, you know, supporting the students. And I just want to say that when the bus drivers came back that weekend, they were very upset about what the students told them, and they had a meeting that Monday themselves. Jim Burleson is the transportation director, and he began texting me and saying, is this all right? Is that all right? But one of the things that he did was he talked to the manager of BJ's restaurant, and he asked them to have dinner for our students to make them feel valued, supported, and understood by our community. And the manager at BJ's did that and did not charge anything to our school district for this meal on August 30th. And that was done by Mr. Burleson and the bus drivers. And BJ's restaurant donated dinners for 40 people. It was over $1,000 by general manager at BJ's, Michelle. Dollar Tree donated $32 for the gift bags. Frank, the manager at Dollar Tree. Starbucks donated $145 in gift cards, 29 $5 gift cards. Now, this all happened because of the bus drivers and the transportation department. Espresso and Cupcake Bar donated $300 in gift cards. The remaining $300 was donated by Jim Burleson. Sam's Club donated $50 gift cards to be used for the flowers. When they came to BJ's, there were flowers on the table. Transportation team donated $267 to fill the gift bags. And Susanna Lopez, the CBO, donated $40 used to purchase the gift bag items. This was all a wonderful event, and we appreciate the support and kindness extended by everyone in attendance and those that donated and showed their support for Valley View High School cheer. And I just want to say that as a community, we should be very proud of these young ladies. They displayed the behavior that we want all students to display in times of adversity and times of just uncertainty. They reported whatever was happening to their coach and their teacher, and then their coach led them back on the bus and asked them to leave, and they did so. They followed directions. They listened to understand. They have wonderful manners, and they come from impeccable families that really care about them. And I just want to say, as a school district, we should all give them our attention and our respect. And if you get a chance to go by Valley View High School and see Kenya Williams or see Mrs. Johnson and to meet these young ladies, it's a life-changing experience, because what they experienced should have never happened. But how they responded is something I'm never going to forget, and something that I use as a compass to help me when I'm dealing with adversity, because each of them gives me hope and gives me a spirit of change. And I think they demonstrated to others that they know what is right and what is wrong. And they know how to serve and support our school district and our community in a way that we wish every child or every student had in their possession. So I just want to thank them and thank Mrs. Williams and Mrs. Johnson for all that they have done. And I want to thank our community for all the support they have provided and will continue to provide. Last week, the young ladies worked with Erin Gruwell from the Freedom Riders. And this is about championing change and helping others become the best versions of themselves, but also helping them become much better people themselves. And they will continue to work with her throughout the school year. And I just want to thank them again and thank the board for your support, and let everyone know just how much it means to have such wonderful people in our midst, in our community, and how they demonstrated just without reservation some of the highest qualities that we would expect from any student. And this next slide is Jim Burleson again. And I could do, like somebody says I do slides on Valley View. I guess I could do slides on transportation, because he's always looking for ways to help the school district, and he gets his bus drivers involved. And I just want to say he involved First Student Transportation Services, and they delivered a school bus full of school supply donations to our community wellness center. And Nautica Neal accepted these donations, and Susanna Lopez was there, and the bus drivers were all there. But it's just a true spirit of giving. And all of these supplies have been given to students within our district. They've already been distributed. So thank you to Mr. Burleson, thank you to Mrs. Neal, and thank you to First Transportation. And then another spotlight on someone that helps. Every week, we get reports about what we do in our district, and we have this wonderful place called the Eric Center. And the Eric Center provides many services to the students and families of the Moreno Valley Unified School District. There's individual therapy, there's group therapy, there's social work services, there's parent training and counseling, a parent support group, psychological assessment services, behavioral intervention services, early childhood behavior. I mean, the list goes on, case management services. And this is all led by Ralph Reuter, who's the coordinator of this. And he made me aware of Judy Kim, who's a lead behavioral supervisor and a board certified behavioral analyst. And this is for educationally related intensive counseling center. But I just want to say that I mentioned all the things they provide, but Judy graduated from the University of California, Davis in 2012 with a bachelor's in science in neurology, psychology, and behavior. And later that year, she passed her California Board of Behavioral Science exam in behavior analysis. And she also received her master's in applied behavior analysis from Arizona State. Judy started with the Eric Center. In 2019, her duties include conducting functional behavioral assessments, developing behavioral intervention plans, monitoring plans, implementing and assigning students to other behavioral programs in the office, providing supervision and support to registered behavioral technicians. I mean, that's a lot of stuff. Conducts monthly caregivers and teacher trainings and consultations, as well as direct parent services, parent consultations, and parent trainings. She came to us with a wealth of experience from the ACES Academy in San Diego, providing both in-school and home support to students identified with autism. We're very proud that we have this service and support to our students. I want to thank Ralph Ruder. I want to thank Judy Kim and all the people that work there. I see them in schools, and there's a lot of trauma in our school district from having been in the pandemic. And these are the people that are helping students persevere and adapt to an ever-changing environment. And we cannot thank you enough for what you provide to our community and to our students. So thank you very much. And then we're very proud to be participants again, or to lead this in our community with our choirs and our staff, Toby Boucher and Renee Ruggiero, and our choirs from Canyon Springs High School and our choir from Vista Del Lago High School and our board. We're all here to commemorate September 11th. And I just want to thank everyone for being here and being part of this memorable occasion to honor our first responders and all the people who sacrificed and continue to sacrifice in this experience that happened 20 years ago. So thank you, everyone. And then I hope everyone, we have this new Moreno Valley Education Foundation. It's really exciting. We've never done this before. This is to provide grants to teachers in our district for special programs they'd like to have. In the past, they've done Adopt a Senior, where they adopted all the seniors in our district. They did that the past 2 years. And this is a golf fundraiser on Sunday, October 10th. And it's the Morongo Golf Club at Tutwick Canyon in Beaumont. And Toby Boucher is in charge of this. We still need sponsors and people to play. Dr. Verdi is going to be out there playing that day with Joe Lynn and Daryl Scott. They have a team. I don't know who the fourth one is yet. Dr. Verdi, do you know who that is yet?
I'm working on that, Dr. Kidziora.
Okay, that's why I'm trying to get you another team member here.
Thank you.
Could be somebody right here on this Zoom.
It could be someone right now, yep.
Yeah, and Maribel Maddox is going to be there that day helping pass out awards and serve water and take care of people. And Susanna Lopez is also going, and she's going to be doing special events there and special giveaways. And so I hope you'll join us and you'll help make this a huge success. We're looking forward to it. And then one of the things we want you to know is we need people to join our district. We have a lot of openings. We have a lot of vacancies. Dr. Verdi is the Chief Human Resources Officer and leads a team of people that want people to apply. Every day we need substitutes. We need more substitutes. So if you're a college graduate and you want to substitute, please contact our Human Resources Office. You can go on EdJoin and you can apply there. You see MVUSD.net. You can see all the positions available. There are teaching positions. There are lots of classified positions. If you're interested in instructional assistant, nutrition services, bus drivers, custodians, clerk typists, library and media assistants, school secretary, y'all, there's 171 vacancies in classified, and I think there's 36 in certificated. So there's a place for you here. And our children need you and our community needs you. So I hope you'll join us. And if you know someone, ask them to apply to be a substitute teacher. A college graduate is, they relax some of the what you need, and you can apply and they will help you in human resources. So I just want you to know we need you. Dr. Verdi, do you want to say something?
Thanks, Dr. Kidziora. No, we do appreciate folks' interest in our district, and anything that we can do to answer questions or facilitate them coming on board and working with us and serving our students, we're happy to help.
Thank you, Dr. Verdi. And I just want you to know, please apply. And if you have any issues or challenges, let us know. We will help you. And this is Hispanic Heritage Month, and we're very proud of Hispanic Heritage Month and what our district offers. And it's from September 15th to October 15th. But I don't know if you recognize Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. She's a third-generation Bronxite educator and organizer serving the 14th District of New York and the Bronx and Queens. And she grew up experiencing the reality of New York's rising income inequality, inspiring her to organize her community and run for office on a progressive platform. Since her swearing into Congress in January of 2019, she's remained committed to serving working class people over corporate interests and advocating for social, racial, economic, and environmental justice. Now, I don't know if you recognize this young lady, but she goes to school in our district, Lily Stager, and her father is Sam Stager. And her mother is Amy Stager. Sam is the principal of Bear Valley, and Amy is a teacher at Northridge or Mavo. I don't know if it's happened yet, but she teaches second grade. And they were in New York this summer, and they sent me this picture. And at first, I didn't know who I was looking at, and then I realized who I was looking at, and I was very excited to get this. So we're very proud of people that represent and help change the world. And thank you, Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, for helping do just that. Thank you, Mr. Peden.
I like seeing AOC on our slides here. Okay. AOC is Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. All right, moving on to E5, recognitions, communications, and events. We do have a resolution number 2021-22-06, which is September as Attendance Awareness Month. And I will read the quick summary, and then we'll have Mr. Johnson, Board Member Johnson, will be presenting this resolution, and I'll hand it off to him. The Board of Education of Moreno Valley Unified School District does hereby stand with the nation in recognizing September as Attendance Awareness Month. We hereby commit to focusing on reducing chronic absenteeism to give all children an equitable opportunity to learn, grow, thrive academically, emotionally, and socially. I think we should probably move forward with a motion, and then we'll do the presentation. That's correct order we usually do, Board.
I move to approve resolution number 2021-22-06 in observation of September as Attendance Awareness Month.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. And is there a second?
A second.
All right, we have a second. Roll call, please.
Ms. Smith,
Aye.
Mr. Holguin,
Aye.
Mr. Johnson,
Aye.
Mr. Peden.
Aye, motion carries 4-0. Mr. Johnson.
Okay. I have a resolution here, and let me see who's supposed to be receiving that.
We have Ms. Shelton.
We have Dr. Sheffield, Mr. Johnson.
Yes. Okay. I can't tell, so I guess she's here. Okay, good, cool, thank you.
Yes, she's on.
Well, it is my honor, Dr. Sheffield, to present this recognition, and I'll tell you, I'm hoping that you're not in a hurry, because when I read it today, I thought I am not going to skim over this, so I am going to read it before I present it. Okay, Moreno Valley Unified School District Resolution number 2021-22-06, September as Attendance Awareness Month. Whereas good attendance is essential to student achievement and graduation, and we are committed to dedicating our resources and attention to reducing chronic absenteeism rates, with the focus starting as early as pre-kindergarten and kindergarten. Whereas chronic absence, missing 10% or more of schools for any reason, including excused and unexcused absences, are just 2 or 3 days a month, is a proven predictor of academic trouble and dropout rates. Now, whereas improving attendance and reducing chronic absences takes commitment, collaboration, and tailored approaches to particular challenges and strengths in each community. Now, whereas chronic absence predicts lowered third grade reading proficiency, course failure, and eventual dropout. It weakens our communities and our local economy. Now, whereas the impact of chronic absence hits low-income students and children of color particularly hard if they don't have the resources to make up for lost time in the classroom and are more likely to face systemic barriers to getting to school, such as unreliable transportation, lack of access to health care, unstable or unaffordable housing. Whereas attendance gaps among groups of students often turn into achievement gaps that undermine student success, chronic absence particularly exacerbate the achievement gap that separates low-income students from their peers, since students from low-income families are both more likely to be chronically absent and more likely to be affected academically by missing school. Now, whereas absenteeism also undermines efforts to improve struggling schools, since it's hard to measure improvement in classrooms instructions if the students are not in class to benefit from them. Whereas schools and community partners can reach out more frequently to absent students to determine what barriers they face to attending school and what would help them attend more regularly. Whereas healthcare providers can share the importance of school attendance with families and can offer proactive preventive care to reduce absences. Whereas schools and districts must do more to track, calculate, and share the data on how many students are chronically absent so that we can see the attendance gaps and can deliver the right intervention to the right students. Whereas all students, even those who show up regularly, are affected by chronic absence because teachers must spend time reviewing for students who miss lessons. And whereas chronic absence can be significantly reduced when school, families, and communities work together to monitor and promote good attendance and address hurdles that keep children from getting to school. Now, therefore, be it resolved that as the Board of Education does hereby stand with the nation in recognizing September as Attendance Awareness Month, we hereby commit to focusing on reducing chronic absenteeism, to give all children an equal opportunity to learn, grow, and thrive academically, emotionally, and socially. To sign by the Board of Education, along with our Superintendent, Dr. Martin Rex Getzior. This is yours. I don't see, but I know you're there somewhere. Okay.
Thank you very much. First, I'd like to thank Board President, Mr. Peden, all the board members, Dr. Katsiora and Cabinet. I'm very honored to accept this resolution. As Director of Student Services, we're here to make sure that we are providing the supports for our students and our families to ensure that they are in school. We say that our attendance model, if you attend, you succeed, and it is our job to make sure we put the supports and systems in place for students, families, and the school sites to ensure that happens. The Attendance Awareness Month was developed and first celebrated in September of 2013. And the main goal is to reduce that chronic absenteeism and to make sure that we're providing supports and services for our students and families. So once again, I thank you, and I want our families to know that we are here for you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Thank you, Ms. Sheffield, or Dr. Sheffield. My apologies. All right, moving on to E5B, resolution number 2021-22-07, Hispanic Heritage Month, September 15th through October 15th, 2021. The Board of Education in Moreno Valley School District pays tribute to the Hispanic culture for its contributions to the state of California and officially recognizes the month between September 15th and October 15th, 2021 as Hispanic Heritage Month. And I would like to, if there isn't any questions, comments, or concerns regarding this resolution, I would like to ask for a motion to approve resolution number 2021-22-07 in observation of Hispanic Heritage Month, September 15th through October 15th. Is there a motion?
So moved. Okay.
All right, we got a motion by.
I'll second.
Okay, we got a motion by Mr. Holguin and a second by Mr. Johnson. Roll call, please.
Ms. Smith,
Aye.
Mr. Holguin,
Aye.
Mr. Johnson,
Aye.
Mr. Peden.
Aye, motion carries 4-0. Mr. Holguin.
Thank you, Mr. Peden. It's a great honor for me to be able to present this resolution this evening to Mr. Genaro Garcia, but I understand he's not able to join us. However, he has left a statement to be read after I do the introduction or the presentation of this resolution. So let me just say about this resolution and the importance of it. Each year, Americans observe National Hispanic Heritage Month from September 15 to October 15 by celebrating the histories, cultures, and contributions of American citizens whose ancestors came from Spain, Mexico, the Caribbean, and Central and South America. The observation started in 1968 as Hispanic Heritage Week under President Lyndon Johnson and was expanded by President Ronald Reagan in 1988 to cover a 30-day period starting on September 15 and ending on October 15. It was enacted into law on August 17, 1988 on the approval of Public Law 100-402. The day of September 15 is significant because it is the anniversary of independence for Latin American countries, Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, and Nicaragua. In addition, Mexico and Chile celebrate their Independence Days on September 16 and September 18, respectively. Hispanics have had a profound and positive influence on our country through a strong commitment to family, faith, and hard work and service. They have enhanced and shaped our national character with centuries-old traditions that reflect the multi-ethnic and multicultural customs of their community. As I was looking at a graph of the population growth in our country of the Hispanic community, back in 2010, 16.4% of the entire population was Hispanic. In 2015, 17.5%. And in 2019, 60.5 million people are of Hispanic descent. which represents 18.5% of the overall population. Tonight, we approve resolution to recognize again September 15th through October 15th, 2021 as Hispanic Heritage Month. In the state of California, more than 3 million students are of Hispanic descent. And just here in our school district, more than 72% of Moreno Valley Unified School District are identified as Hispanic. The board in this district recognizes the impact Hispanic culture has had on our state's customs and traditions and the important contributions Hispanic Americans have made in our society, especially within our own community. The Moreno Valley Unified School District Board of Education is happy to approve this resolution, and I thank my colleagues for voting in favor of adopting this important resolution this evening, recognizing Hispanic Heritage Month. The resolution is presented and it is signed by the board and the superintendent. And the Board of Education, lastly, of the Moreno Valley Unified School District pays tribute to the Hispanic culture for contributions to the state of California and officially recognizes the month between September 15 and October 15, 2001 as Hispanic Heritage Month. And again, thank you, my colleagues, and thank you, Mr. Garcia, for accepting this resolution. Even when he is not present, he left the statement to be read. And I believe Ms. Harrigan is going to read it. Is that correct?
Actually, my colleague Brenda Tejas will read it right now.
Ms. Tejas.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Peden.
On behalf of Moreno Valley Unified School District staff, families, learning community, and over 23,000 enrolled students of Hispanic descent, we applaud and accept our school board's resolution declaring September 15th through October 15th as Hispanic Heritage Month. In the United States, people of Hispanic descent, including the many ancestries that comprise this community, have been interwoven into the fabric and remained protagonists in the story of our great country. The roots of Hispanic people in the United States can be traced back centuries to settlements all along the South and Southwest region of the United States. The diverse and colorful culture of Hispanic people has enriched our melting pot nation exponentially with its language, music, food, work ethic, sacrifices, determination, and unique and diverse cultural traditions. I believe I am joined by my colleagues, our students, and their families in appreciation of our school board and our superintendent, Dr. Martin Rex Kadziora, for providing not only this resolution, but the leadership and vision to improve equity and opportunities for all members of our community in Moreno Valley. While there is much work to be done, our board and superintendent continue to provide a voice and support for our students to achieve their highest potentials. Respectfully, Renato Garcia, Principal, Cloverdale Elementary.
Thank you very much. All right, now we're moving on to E5C, resolution number 2021-22-08, Bullying Prevention and Awareness Month, October 2021. Be it further resolved that the Moreno Valley Unified School District, schools, parents, community be encouraged to engage in a variety of awareness and prevention activities designed to make our community safer for all children and adolescents. We do have Dr. Lynn Chetfield here and Michelle Gomez, counselor of Canyon Springs High School, I believe with us as well today to accept this resolution. But before we do that, I'd like to entertain a motion to approve this resolution number 2021-22-08, Bullying Prevention and Awareness Month.
So moved.
All right, we have a motion by Mr. Holguin. Do we have a second?
I will second that.
Second by Ms. Smith. Roll call, please.
Ms. Smith,
Aye.
Mr. Holguin,
Aye.
Mr. Johnson,
Aye.
Mr. Peden.
Aye. Motion carries 4-0. Yes.
Mr. Peden, I'm sorry. So Dr. Sheffield is on. Ms. Gomez emailed us a statement to read.
Okay, wonderful. And I'll let me present and then we'll move forward with that. Thank you so much. All right, so tonight we approve a resolution to recognize October as Bullying Prevention and Awareness Month. Dr. Lynn Sheffield, Director of Student Services, and Michelle Gomez, Counselor of Canyon Springs High School, will accept this resolution. We know that we must provide safe schools for our students so that they can thrive academically, socially, and emotionally. Recognizing and enforcing bullying prevention policies is crucial in sending a message to our school communities that bullying concerns will not be ignored. Our district has taken many steps to prevent bullying and create a culture of compassion. There has been an increase in awareness for bullying resources such as posters, business cards, with information on the definition of bullying and how to report it. We continue to work on our Hearts United campaign, which spreads kindness and compassion inside and outside the classroom and inspires youth to stand up and speak out against bullying and violence. Bullying, as you all know, is a serious matter, and the board and district take it very seriously. Therefore, the Moreno Valley Unified School District Board of Education is happy to approve this resolution recognizing Bullying Prevention and Awareness Month. Thank you. Dr. Sheffield.
Thank you, Board President, Mr. Peaton. And again, I want to thank the school board, Dr. Katsiora, and the cabinet. It is my honor to accept this resolution. As President Peaton had mentioned, this is something that is near and dear to my heart and near and dear to the district. Our job is to make sure that we are providing safe, inviting school environments, and that's what the bullying prevention and resolution stands for. Number one, I want to make sure that all students and families know that we want them to always report bullying. If they see something, to say something. That is why we have the posters. That is why we have the cards. We want our students to be an upstander, and we want them to be kind to others. And so that is most important, to be kind to others and make sure you're standing up for what is right. It is my honor to make sure that we hear the words of one of our great counselors, Ms. Gomez, who works with the Canyon Springs Anti-Bullying Club, and they do an amazing job in ensuring the students feel safe, confident, and comfortable, and they are a model for what we are trying to make sure we accomplish as a school district. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Sheffield. And we have Ms. Delis.
I'd like to thank Dr. Katsiora, the MVUSD administration, and the school board for inviting me to accept the bullying prevention resolution. The Anti-Bullying Club is grateful that our district shares our passion to support the fight against bullying. In the past few years, things have been tough. We've seen violence, aggression, and opposition rise, and the world seems to have lost much of its patience, understanding, and empathy. These challenging times have required many of us to adjust and learn new things, sometimes causing us to lose our own sense of balance. These demanding times have tested our strength and character, and yet we persevere. Our district has been through many different challenges, yet we persist. It's easy to be positive when everything is going smoothly. It's much harder when there are obstacles in our way, but that's when we need positivity the most. The best we can do in challenging times is to appreciate each other and celebrate what we have accomplished, and to know that despite our challenges, we continue to make a difference. I'd like to share with you a poem that reminds me of that. The work we do is invaluable, and I hope you can find inspiration from it as well. The Starfish Story. One day, a man was walking along the beach when he noticed a boy picking up something gently and throwing it into the ocean. Approaching the boy, he asked, "What are you doing?" The youth replied, "Throwing starfish back into the ocean. The surf is up and the tide is going out. If I don't throw them back, they'll die." "Son," the man said, "don't you realize there are miles and miles of beach and hundreds of starfish? You can't make a difference." After listening politely, the boy bent down, picked up another starfish, and threw it back into the surf. Then, smiling at the man, he said, "I made a difference for that one." By Lauren Isley. I have learned so many valuable life lessons from the youth who participate in ABC. ABC strives to affect positive change in school climate so that students feel physically and emotionally safe and more connected to school, as well as the adults in it. And as a result, students are more engaged and successful. And when people work together, a group process emerges that is bigger than any one person's actions. In this endeavor, ABC students have taught me that public service is a challenge, but it also returns the favor with a feeling of great satisfaction. It's also a continual process of reflection and modification, and even today, we can't say that we are always victorious, but when we make a difference in the life of just one person, it makes the struggle worthwhile. Know that each life you touch matters, even if it is only one. Your continued support and strength fosters our students to persevere and combat bullying. Thank you for believing that students can impart change, creativity, and connectedness.
Hey, Dr. Sheffield, and thank you, Ms. Gomez, for being champions for our students and for those powerful words. Moving on to E5D, approve resolution number 2021-2020. Doing that, 2021-22-11, week of the school administrator, October 10th through the 16th, 2021. We do have Ms. Board Member Smith who will be presenting this resolution. The quick abstract for this in recognition of the contributions school administrators make to successful pupil achievement. The Moreno Valley Unified School District Board of Education supports the week of the school administrator. This time, do we have a motion to approve board resolution number 2021-22-11, week of the school administrator, October 10th through the 16th, 2021, as presented?
So moved.
We have a motion by Mr. Holguin. Do we have a second?
I will second that motion.
Second by Ms. Smith. Roll call, please.
Ms. Smith,
Yes, October 10th to 16th, 2021 is the week of the school.
sorry, Ms. Smith, we're doing roll call.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Ms. Smith,
Aye.
Mr. Holguin,
Aye.
Mr. Johnson,
Aye.
Mr. Peden.
Aye, motion carries 4-0. And before I hand it off to Ms. Smith, just to let everybody know, we do have Sam Stager, principal of Bear Valley Elementary School, president of the Association of Moreno Valley Management Personnel, and Ms. Kerr, who is our principal of Canyon Springs High School, and Ruby Mexico, principal of Badger Springs Middle School, here today to accept the resolution. Board Member Smith.
All right, thank you. October 10th to 16th, 2021 is the week of the school administrator. School leadership matters. When school administrators are passionate, they can inspire teachers and staff and create a culture that breeds a love of learning. Sam Steger, principal of Bear Valley Elementary School and president of the Association of Moreno Valley Management Personnel, Tamara Kerr, principal of Canyon Springs High School, and Ruby Mexico, principal of Badger Springs Middle School, will accept this resolution. School administrators encompass a variety of positions, including superintendents, assistant superintendents, principals, assistant principals, special education and adult education leaders, curriculum and assessment leaders, school business officials, classified educational leaders. Most school administrators began their career as teachers, and the average administrator has served in public education for more than a decade. Most California superintendents have served for more than 2 decades. Having that experience helps create effective and efficient public education systems. The Board of Education of the Moreno Valley Unified School District is pleased to recognize October 10th to 16th as the week of the school administrator. And now I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Steger. Would you like to say a few words?
I would. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Smith. Thank you, Mr. Peden. To the entire school board and Dr. Kedziora, thank you on behalf of the school administrator, on behalf of ANVAB. I'm very grateful to accept this recognition. I would like to say that this, it's been stated, this year has started off in a challenging way, and but that's okay because the students are with us again, and we are very, very, very happy about that. Our site level administration is dedicated to keeping our students safe and providing the world-class education that I know that our teaching staff, our staff as a whole is capable of providing to our students. And I also just want to say, listening to these resolutions, that have been presented this evening, you know, attendance, the Hispanic heritage, bullying prevention. These are things that our school district leadership, Dr. Kedziora, cabinet, and the board truly value and live each and every day. It's modeled all the time. This is important to our school district, and it's important to the management of our school district. So we're very excited. We still feel this is the beginning of the school year. We're excited about it. It's going to be a great year. Thank you very much.
Mrs. Kerr, did you have something to add to that?
Sure. The administrators in our district just inspire me every single day. Regardless of actual position, the work that they do is so important. And this year has been extra challenging. And I'm inspired every day by seeing my fellow administrators overcome the obstacles that are in front of us. We never dreamed that we would be in the positions that we're in at this time, but we're getting the job done, and our kids are excelling, our district is excelling, and I'm just very proud to be associated with the administrators of Moreno Valley Unified School District.
Thank you. Ms. Mexico, did you have something to add to that?
Yes, thank you. I would love to just echo what Mr. Steger and Ms. Kerr said. And I just want to thank all of the administrators at the school side and at the district level. Like Ms. Kerr said, it has been a difficult year, but one thing that we've been able to count on has been the support of all the other administrators in the district who, phone calls, emails, helping each other out from site level all the way to district. Just thank you so much to all of the administrators for all the great work that they're doing in such a difficult time. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Peden, back to you.
Thank you so much. And of course, before you all go, I do want to just extend a thank you for all the work that you all are doing as administrators and leaders in this district. Clearly, like you all said, this has been a challenging year, and the workload and the burden is falling on your shoulders, and we appreciate you all accepting the challenge and leading through this and making sure that we have everything we need and our students have what they need as well. So thank you so much. Okay, we are moving on to E6, staff responses to public comments made at previous meetings. Dr. Kedziora.
Mr. Peden, there was one public comment at our last board meeting, and we held a meeting, Susanna Lopez and Ana E. Velasco with the community member, and responded to all of her concerns in an in-person meeting. And we feel like that we addressed them, and she was very happy when she left. And so we try to do that when possible, but we had that one public comment, so we were able to address the different concerns that were brought forward.
Thank you, Dr. Kedziora, for being so responsive to the community and parents. Moving on to E7, public comments on agenda items. Any person requesting to speak to any item on the agenda may do so at this time or when the item is addressed by the Board of Education. Individual speakers shall be allowed to speak for 3 minutes on any agenda item. Board of Education shall limit the total time for public input on each agenda item to 21 minutes. Board Bylaw 9323B, Section 5. Per Board Bylaw 9323, twice the allotted time will be provided to a member of the public utilizing a translator. Claudia, do we have any public comments on agenda items at this time?
No public comments.
Okay. Moving on to E8, public comments on non-agenda items. Bear with me while I read this long summary that I do every meeting. Sorry, I was thinking out loud. The Board of Education encourages public comments. During this section, staff may briefly respond to statements or questions, or may ask questions for clarification. The board may refer to staff or other resources for factual information, direct staff to report back at a subsequent meeting, or direct staff to place the topic on a future agenda. If someone wants to lodge a complaint against an employee, the appropriate form may be obtained at any school or community education center. Individual speakers shall be allowed to speak for a total of 3 minutes on non-agenda items. Regardless of the number of issues to be addressed by the individual, the Board of Education shall limit the total time for public input on non-agenda items to 21 minutes. Per Board Bylaw 9323, twice the allotted time will be provided to a member of the public utilizing a translator. With the Board of Education consent, the president may increase or decrease the time allowed for public presentation, depending on the topic and the number of persons wishing to be heard. The president may take a pool of speakers for or against a particular issue and may ask that additional persons speak only if they have something new to add. For Board Bylaw 9323B-C, Section 5. Claudia, do we have any public comments on non-agenda items?
Yes, we have 3 public comments. We have 1 that will be calling in and then 2 that will be read.
Thank you very much.
And our first speaker is Cheryl Acevedo. Cheryl, do you hear me? Ms. Cheryl Acevedo, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, perfect. Thank you. So you have 3 minutes to speak to the Board of Education. You will hear a timer go off when your time is up. You may begin now.
Good evening, Dr. Cazzaro, Cabinet, and board members. My name is Cheryl Acevedo, a concerned private citizen of Moreno Valley and a former employee of Moreno Valley Unified School District. I retired just over 4 months ago after 28 years of service. I am addressing the Memorandum of Understanding, the MOU, that was sent out late Friday to all employees regarding COVID vaccinations and testing. This MOU goes against the very fabric and fiber of an all-inclusive and anti-bullying practices that the district promotes and upholds. This MOU is designed to target a certain group of people, those who wish to not receive these shots. It is worded to coerce them into being vaccinated, and if they do not, they are being forced to be tested every week. If they choose not to be tested, they will be put on a 10-day suspension without pay, after which time, if they still do not conform to your wishes, you will start the termination process. You are all aware, I am sure, that per the CDC, even if you are vaccinated, you can still get COVID and you can still spread COVID. So why are you targeting, singling out just those who are unvaccinated? This is a form of prejudice, discrimination, and bullying. And I have 2 suggestions for you. 1, change the MOU to make it all-inclusive, in that regardless of vaccine status, everyone must be tested weekly. For the concern is the spread of COVID, and both vaccinated and unvaccinated can spread COVID. It is not the government's job nor the school district's job to mandate these vaccinations or these targeted mandates for testing. It is fundamentally anti-American. Any medical decision is a decision of the individual and with input from the medical provider, period. 2, and this is my prayer and hope, that you will cease and desist in this MOU entirely. I realize you may have a concern of getting funded. I suggest you give it to God. God will always provide. We are all born for such a time as this. It is not a mistake. Take a stance, make an impact on the world, stand strong, and just say no. No, you will not test your employees, nor coerce them into being vaccinated. Just as Riverside Sheriff Chad Bianco issued an open letter this last Monday, stating he will not make his employees get vaccinated or be tested. That takes guts and reliance on our Lord. This is your chance as a school district to be the first to stand up and say, no, you will not comply. Be the light of the and a beacon for all school districts so that they too will follow suit. It only takes one. Let that be Moreno Valley Unified School District. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Acevedo.
Thank you.
I'm reading public comment number 2, speaker name Robert Elick. Dear Moreno Valley Unified School District, as a retired 40-year middle school teacher of the Temecula Valley Unified School District and former resident of Moreno Valley, I am deeply ashamed of alleged racist behavior directed at Valley View High School football players and its cheerleaders during freshman, junior varsity, and varsity games held at Temecula Valley High School. Witnesses report several instances of racial epithets, threats of physical violence, mocking, monkey noises, and other harassment by some of Temecula Valley High School's football players, its cheerleaders, and fans. It is further alleged that Temecula administrators did absolutely nothing when told of the slurs and other threatening behaviors. Valley View High School officials have filed a complaint with both the local CIF and the CIF state office in Sacramento. The complaint, according to Valley View High School principal Karen Johnson, asks not for a forfeit win, but for change in Temecula Valley High School's actions and environment. A reasonable request, but the more honorable actions would be for TVUSD leadership to strongly condemn such racist behavior, to initiate a comprehensive investigation using an unbiased outside party to suspend and/or remove the football players and cheerleaders involved in the racist attacks, as well as coaches and administrators who did nothing to stop the abuse, and forfeit the game. Finally, a sincere apology to Valley View High School must be offered, along with a legitimate commitment to change the culture of disrespect and dishonor that apparently permeates TVUSD. While serving the United States Air Force, I fully embraced its three core values. 1, integrity, which embodies character, honesty, respect, honor, and trust. 2, service before self. 3, excellence in all we do. These are values that all Americans should embrace if we are to remain strong, respected, and sacred bastion of morality in the eyes of the world. And let us not forget that it is the primary duty of parents and all those tasked with molding and educating our children to instill these values. Failure to do so would lead to more incidents like that which occurred at Temecula Valley High School and further embolden those intent on fanning the flames of racism and hate. The United States Constitution opens with "We the people," and that means we are all the same and no one is superior to another. Racism and hatred have no place in American history, and it is incumbent upon all of us who witness acts of racial intimidation, harassment, to have the courage to confront our purveyors of such behaviors and stand up for the United States truly represents. We are a nation of great diversity, and that is a strength that must be protected and celebrated. Sincerely, Robert Elick. Comment number 3, Speaker Margaret Bigby Lamberth. Can we look at the quarantine policies of sending exposed unvaccinated students home to quarantine, but allowing exposed vaccinated students to remain in school as treating children different due to medical status? The incidence of myocarditis as an adverse effect of the COVID vaccine in young males is increasing. Also, breakthrough COVID cases in the people with the COVID-19 vaccines is increasing. Can the district consider having children previously infected with COVID-19 give the titers report the COVID-19 immunity from a lab? Previous infection with COVID-19 is showing lasting immunity in many studies. To give a child a vaccine that has increasing potential to harm a young person to go to school as opposed to allowing them to prove natural immunity seems unfair. Most young adults have higher than 90% chance of not only survival, but having very slight symptoms. Can we consider natural immunity? Can we protect our kids from being coerced into getting a potentially dangerous injection if they have acquired immunity through infection? Although peoples have differing opinions on medical science, natural immunity an age-old concept should be considered. I understand that it is currently considered a choice whether or not to vaccinate your children for COVID-19, but it is no secret there is overwhelming pressure and it seems less and less a choice. Thank you for your time. I appreciate your response.
That was the last public comment, Mr. Peden.
Okay, moving on. Item F, public hearing. We are on public hearing resolution number 2021-22-05, pupil textbooks and instructional materials compliance for fiscal year 2021-2022. As a reminder, board, this is a public hearing, and I'll pass it on to Ms. Maddox, and then we will open the public hearing and then close the public hearing. Ms. Maddox, can you help us out with this item, please?
Yes, thank you. In order to comply with Ed Code 60119 and 60422A, governing boards of school districts are required to hold a public hearing to establish that students in the district have sufficient textbooks or instructional materials that are aligned to the academic content standards consistent with the cycles and content of the curriculum frameworks adopted by the State Board of Education in mathematics, science, history, social science, English language arts, including English language development. Please note that this public hearing notice was posted in the newspaper from September 3rd through the 13th. It was also posted in our district website and also sent to all school sites for their postings. In addition, this year, we had 15 of our school go through Williams visits for compliance of instructional materials, and they were all compliant with this requirement.
Ms. Maddox. At this time, I'll ask if there's a motion to open the public hearing on resolution number 2021-22-05, pupil textbooks and instructional materials compliance for fiscal year 2021-22.
Move to open the public hearing.
Okay, we got a motion by Ms. Smith. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Second by Mr. Johnson. Roll call, please.
Ms. Smith,
Aye.
Mr. Holguin,
Aye.
Mr. Johnson,
Aye.
Mr. Peden.
Aye. Motion carries 4-0. Do we have any public speakers at this time?
No public speakers, Mr. Peden.
Thank you very much. All right, at this time, I will entertain a motion to close the public hearing on resolution number 2021-22-05, pupil textbooks and instructional materials compliance to fiscal year 2021-2020. Is there a motion?
So moved.
We have a motion by Mr. Johnson. Is there a second?
I will second that motion.
Okay, second by Ms. Smith. Roll call, please.
Ms. Smith,
Aye.
Mr. Holguin,
Aye.
Mr. Johnson,
Aye.
Mr. Peden.
Aye. Motion carries 4-0. All right, we're going back to that item, but we're out of public hearing, and so this is an action item as it relates to approval of the resolution. So F2 is adopt resolution number 2021-22-05, pupil textbooks and instructional materials compliance for fiscal year 2021-2022. Ms. Maddox, do you have anything new to add to this item?
No, thank you, but staff does recommend the board adopt the resolution on number 2021-22-05, pupil textbooks and instructional materials compliance for this fiscal year of 2021-22.
Thank you, Ms. Maddox, for the work that you all have done on this item and for your recommendation for approval. Or do you have any questions, comments, or concern before we entertain a motion to approve this resolution? All right, seeing none, is there a motion?
I'd
like to make a motion. Go ahead. Go ahead, Jesus.
That's okay. That's okay, Mr. Johnson. It's yours.
Okay, make a motion that we approve the resolution, please.
Okay, there's a motion on the table by Mr. Johnson. Is there a second?
A second.
Second by Mr. Holguin. Roll call, please.
Ms. Smith,
Aye.
Mr. Holguin,
Aye.
Mr. Johnson,
Aye.
Mr. Peden.
Aye. Motion carries 4-0. All right, we are down to consent agenda. I want to remind everyone, the board and the public, that we did pull items G4A1 and G4A2 for a separate vote, which I already reported out of closed session in the beginning of the meeting. So this would be an amended consent agenda with those two items pulled. And so unless there is any comments, questions, or concerns regarding the consent agenda, at this time, I will entertain a motion to approve the following consent agenda items, or the consent agenda, with it being amended with G4A1 and G4A2 being pulled from that item or from that agenda. Is there a motion?
I move we approve the consent agenda with the exception of the items you just listed.
Thank you, sir. We have a motion on the table. Mr. Holguin, is there a second?
I will second that motion.
Second by Ms. Smith. Roll call, please.
Ms. Smith,
Aye.
Mr. Holguin,
Aye.
Mr. Johnson,
Aye.
Mr. Peden.
Aye. Motion carries 4-0. All right, and I think everybody would agree with me that this is our favorite time of the day. We are on item H, which is H1A. Dr. Kidziora, your discussion of schools, COVID-19 updates, and in-person learning for this school year.
Thank you, Mr. Payton. This is your favorite time? I thought it was the superintendent's update.
Oh, did I mix it up? You're probably right.
But it could be, depends on. But thank you. So in moving forward with this, I always have this on here, but to everything that we do, but I just want to say that this is important in achieving these goals, to have all of these protocols and processes in place that I'm going to share. And so these are some COVID-19 updates. And one of the things that you'll see on the next slide is that this one is the current dashboard. And I don't know if everybody's had a chance to see this, but I want to thank Technology, Innovation, and Assessment, Jessica Axe, and there's different people that work there too. And also Ana E. Velasco and Sandra Ayala for getting this started. But the cases listed are positive cases that have been on our campuses or district sites within 48 hours prior to a positive case or onset of symptoms. And the cases listed are from September 1st to September 13th. So on this dashboard, which is difficult to see here, but you can go to mvusd.net/COVID-19 and take a better look at it. But the current dashboard reflects cases, as I said, from September 1st to September 13th, and 79 on-site cases for students and staff. So potential exposures since they were on campus, and this is 48 hours, 2 days prior to experiencing symptoms or testing positive. And it's difficult to avoid exposures when you don't know that you're going to have symptoms within the next 48 hours. There's been 50 off-site on cases for students and staff. And off-site means they were not on campus within 48 hours of experiencing symptoms or testing positive. That means they were not potentially exposing anyone else. And for reference, there have been 238, a total of 238 on-site and off-site cases of students since the first day of school, and 42 of on-site and off-site cases of staff since the first day of school. So this dashboard is updated in the evenings every day. And so I just want to say that, go to mvusd.net/COVID-19, has by school, and that's for people to review and to see. Have any questions about that, about the dashboard? Okay.
I don't have a question about the dashboard, but I do have a question. How many staff members did you say? 42?
I said 42, yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm just writing this down.
Thank you. You're welcome. So the next slide talks about the Riverside County Public Health Guidelines, and this is another revision of symptom protocol. And I talked about this today in the message that we sent out, but if there is no known exposure, students and staff will have to undergo immediate isolation and test for COVID-19 after day 5 of symptoms. And if they don't take a test, they'll have to undergo 10 days of isolation. So that's a new revision by the Riverside University Health System and the Riverside County Public Health Guidelines. We're going to be reviewing this with principals tomorrow, and we reviewed it today with many decision makers in our district, managers and leaders. And this is something that we have to continue to remind people of and to share the latest updates because this changes, and so that's important. This is the revised exposure protocol. There are several layers of determining what the next steps will be. Our district developed a decision tree to assist schools with identifying which criteria students or staff are required to meet in order to return to school. And for those who are exposed and are vaccinated, the Center for Disease Control and Prevention and the California Department of Public Health recommend testing 3 to 5 days after exposure. So I do want to remind people, and I want to let people know that sometimes the board, people think the board determined this or that I did. And I just want to say that we follow the guidance of the Riverside County Public Health and the Center for Disease Control and the California Department of Public Health. Each school district follows this, and we have meetings every Wednesday with the Riverside County Department of Public Health to make sure that there's deeper understanding of each of these protocols. So on the next slide, this has been one that we have talked about with many parents and community members, but masks, this is an extracurricular activities. Masks are required for all people while participating in all indoor activities. And the exceptions are a mask is not required when wearing it during play has been determined to pose a choking hazard. And this risk must be determined by a well-recognized health authority, such as the American Academy of Pediatrics. Now I'm going to emphasize some things about this slide. One of them is the California Department of Public Health released guidelines on extracurricular activities that relate to our visual and performing arts programs, our sports programs, chorus, and clubs. It specifies that if people are indoors, they must be wearing a mask, and this is in school settings. For the playing of a musical instrument, that cannot be done with a face covering, such as a wind instrument, or when wearing a mask during play poses a choking hazard, at least one of the following options is required. To conduct these activities outdoors, use modified face coverings and bell coverings when playing wind and brass instruments, and maintain 6 feet of physical distancing. Perform at least weekly screening testing with either PCR testing or antigen testing of all individuals, including those who are fully vaccinated. And schools must be in compliance with the required weekly testing no later than September 27, 2021. And our sports programs are already set up with the weekly testing requirements, and that is occurring. The other testing is being worked with Dr. Arce, who's Director of Secondary Education, and Renee Rogenero. She's the Visual and Performing Arts Coordinator. And so they are meeting with Ana E. Velasco and Sandra Yalo, and they are developing the protocols and the processes for visual and performing arts and sports programs at school sites. So there is still more to be done with this area. And we have, of course, like I said, until the 27th, we're trying to meet this sooner and as soon as we can, but that is making sure that everyone's informed, and we're following up with people to keep them apprised of what is required. So these are some protocol changes that have just happened, and this will continue to, this is a process that is continuing to happen. So I want to thank the board, first of all, for having that special board meeting where we approved the contract for us to be able to assist our schools with contact tracing. So when this gets fully begun and started with this outside support partner, that will help us in identifying positive cases quicker and with more consistent information. contacting families to obtain required information, contacting students or staff who are considered a close contact, inform administrators when notifications are required, and assist with the management of the isolation room that each school is required to have, and support with reporting cases to the county. Although the tracers with the company that we have partnered with have not started yet, we are working on revising our procedures to include their support. We have 2 contract tracers who will begin this week to help a few of our schools. This will be the pilot so that we can make adjustments before the next group of contact tracers begins. I think it's important, and I just want our community to know that our health technicians, our nurses, our attendance clerks, and our school secretaries and clerks have been very sincere and dedicated in remembering what the processes are and the protocols and working with their principal. And we cannot thank them enough for what they are doing on top of the work they're already doing. So that's why these contact tracers with this outside partner is very important in helping them, because their workload has increased exponentially, which they have risen to the occasion and continue to find ways to support each other. We also want to take the time to thank those who are contributing to the new contact tracers, the training. Candy Jonathan, she's always ready to assist in anything that we need, and she's helping the contact tracers get ready to support our sites. As you know, with an outside partner, it takes an inside person to help them familiarize themselves with our health clerks, our secretaries, our school site people. And so it's wonderful to have that support with Candy Jonathan and all of the district nurses. And then Glenn Allegre, who's our Executive Director of Technology, Innovation, and Assessment. His team is providing contact tracers with the equipment and access necessary to be prepared to assist our schools, because one of the things is the technology and helping them acclimate to our systems and connect with it so that things are done with ease and there's seamless interaction between us. Sandra Ayala and the Risk Management Department for working with the public information offices, the nurses, the technology and educational services. And they spend a lot of time developing guidelines and procedures for people to follow, which is important in having these in place. They were here on Saturday. I don't know if y'all know this, but when we were having the 9/11 event, there was a department here and it was risk management. And they were all working to help make sure these things get done as you know, in a not quick way, but a timely way, and a way to make sure that they're implemented as needed. Sandra Ayala helped us get the contract finalized and ensure that we secured them in a timely manner. She also helped enable the testing sites along with Anthony Pipkins, our Director of Maintenance and Operations. So I think it's important for everyone to know that this takes a team of people communicating and working together to support each other and making sure that this is done so that students and families get the very best service, the safest support that is needed in this pandemic or this health crisis. So another area that we want to show you is that as we've done this, we've learned a lot. So we're transitioning right now from this form to this Google Doc. And this is a new digital form. And currently schools and departments continue to submit contact line lists to COVID at MVUSD.net, which alerts human resources, risk management, and the public information office of any confirmed COVID-19 cases. This form is required to be submitted within 24 hours for anyone who tests positive for COVID-19. The contact line list includes anyone who meets the criteria of a close contact. So we're going to move towards the submission of this digital form. And this other form was written out, handwritten, and this will make, we hope, more time and support for other items instead of filling out a form, and this will make it happen with quick and support, and make sure that people are getting things in a better way, a more efficient way. Contact tracers will be using an online form in order to log positive cases, and they will provide administrators with copies of cases that were considered on site to ensure that the administrator follows the notification procedures, as well as helping maintenance and operations, cleaning and disinfecting where those cases have been identified. Important part of the protocols. So in this next area, we talk about testing resources. And this was another area I want to thank the Board of Education for approving that contract and for helping get this started. We've gone from local community centers to on-site testing within our school district. And previously we asked families to use their own medical provider or use local community testing sites. And several school districts are still recommending testing sites. We want to increase the accessibility of getting tested, as well as to streamline reports and make sure schools are receiving reports of positive cases as soon as they are available. We established a centralized testing location. It is located at the Welcome and Registration Center, and this assists us with families getting access to completing the required or recommended testing in a timely manner. So our on-site testing, it's at the Welcome and Registration Center. It's Monday through Friday from 8:30 to 5 p.m. and it's also on Saturday from 9 to 5 p.m. So that's to help families and our students and our employees have more access to something that is located within our school district. The testing location is for any student or staff member who is experiencing COVID-like symptoms. They are identified as a close contact and they're required or recommended to test based on the latest guidelines. So one of the things I want people to remember is that pre-registration is required for both students and staff. They only have to do it once. And for students, parents, and they must complete on behalf of each student. A copy of the quick results will be given at the testing site, and the PCR test results will be emailed. All test results are reported to the school sites and given to the appropriate staff, like administration and the health office. And this works together so that information is supported, is shared to support disinfection and cleaning and making sure that people have accurate information. So vaccine and testing requirements for employees, and this is something that is new. And so this was a public health order. The California Department of Public Health issued a state public health order requiring all school employees, and this was something that was put out, and every district is required to make sure they have a plan in place and implemented by October 15th. And again, this is for employees. The California Department of Public Health issued a state public health order requiring all school employees to show proof of full vaccination or be COVID-19 tested at least twice per week. At least once per week. I apologize. Once per week. I want to make sure everyone is aware that this is an order from the state. It is not something we as a district developed. And this is something that every district, all school districts in California are required to comply with. In compliance with the requirement, the Human Resources team, they sent a link to all of our staff last night via Inform K-12 so they can begin to upload their proof of vaccination. This information will be kept confidential in the Human Resources Department. We need all employees to provide this proof by October the 1st so we can begin identifying which employees would need to be tested once a week to comply with the health order. Testing kits have already been sent to the school sites for any employees who may wish to voluntarily test. This will assist us with troubleshooting any problems that may need to be addressed prior to the required weekly testing for for those who do not provide proof of vaccination. We need to have our plan in place and implemented by October 15th. So those are the latest protocols and processes that are being developed and implemented within our school district. And I just want to thank our team of people from across different departments for their continued work together. And I don't know if you know, I don't think I shared this with the board yet, but on Monday, every manager in our district and some additional people were reassigned or given additional assignments to support schools, because we have a lot of substitutes every day, and our children and our schools need some consistency and dependability. And there's nothing we think that's more important than serving and supporting our schools. That's why we're here. So every district manager every day checks in with their principal and makes sure what they need and tries to help them. Maribel Maddox goes to Moreno Valley High School. Susanna Lopez goes to Serrano Elementary School, and Dr. Robert Verdi goes to Seneca Elementary School. And there's a person assigned to every school. And, you know, I am not assigned to a school, and Miss Maddox is the one who, I'm gonna blame you, Miss Maddox, is the one who said to me, you shouldn't be at a school, Dr. Kinzer, because you're always going places and you're always, you know, checking on stuff. So, but I do, you know, help. And I just want to say thank you to Dr. Verdi, because every day without fail, he gives me a report of where the absences are, the number of teachers that are not filled, the classroom positions, so that we can look at how to repurpose or rethink where people are needed and where health resources are needed. So there's a lot of communication, a lot of support, and a lot of working together. And I think if we look at a benefit of what we're experiencing, it's that we are supporting each other in a greater capacity and realizing how important it is to communicate more and be more responsive to the needs of people in our schools. So I want to thank everybody who's doing that and helping with that. We had a meeting with all those people today to make sure they had some additional information as they work to help sites. So thank you, Mr. Peden. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Dr. Kidziora. I do appreciate the report and updating us on all that, those new updates. Moving on to H2, Educational Services Discussion Informational Item. We do have the first reading of Board Policy and Administrative Regulation 6146.1, high school graduation requirements. And I'll pass this on to Ms. Maddox for some help on this item.
Thank you. This is the first reading on Board Policy and Administrative Regulation 6146.1, high school graduation requirements. District staff have been working on updating the current board policy and administrative regulation instruction to the high school graduation requirements, generally for alignment to Ed Code and any CSBA language. Also, this board policy has been shared with both MVEA and CSEA for their review. In summary, we are proposing and asking the board to consider the following: removing the health course requirement from graduation requirements, which would reduce the graduation credits from 225 to 220. This would be effective for the class of 2022. Also adding a service learning graduation requirement. This new graduation requirement, where high school students in our district would be expected to complete 20 hours of service learning from any authorized community, a service provider, or school club, and also any school or district approved activity. This would be done in a phase-in model. The recommendation is that it would start with the freshman class of this year to give our students time to complete this new service requirement So it really would not be effective until the class of 24, 25. I can't believe I'm saying that, but it's for the class of 24, 25. And also this updated graduation requirements updates some of the language to make sure that we include some of the core subject areas to reflect what's actually offered and approved in our high schools. And that's a quick summary of the first reading for this board and AR policy 61461, high school graduation requirements.
Thank you, Ms. Maddox. And I see on the exemptions for the 20 hours of service, we have a few things that's listed, like students must complete at least one successful season of any sport during high school, and then that'll exempt them from the full 20 hours or just a certain amount.
I think that so I will read some examples, Mr. Peter. Okay. Thank you for reminding me. Students are required to be involved in one of the following. Students must complete at least one successful season of any sports during high school. And I know those of you that are familiar with high school sports, that's way more than 20 hours. Students must complete at least one successful year of membership in any competitive or service learning club. Each year, the list of approved clubs will be provided. Also, students must participate in at least 2 district competitions at the site or district level, especially like we have Science Fair and History Day. And also, they can meet this requirement by having 20 hours of community service learning, where they learn educational standards through tackling real-life problems in their community, such as packing up food bags for the homeless, setting up a tutoring system, or reading buddies for students, or cleaning up local parks. And students must complete at least 20 hours of work experience. So if they work or go through a work experience, that will also be counted. And one more time, because this is a new graduation requirement, and it is a challenging year, we need to take that into consideration. So we're considering basing this new graduation requirement with the current freshmen, and not have it be a graduation requirement until the class of 2024, 2025.
Thank you very much. And then just for clarification, this is not annually, this is for the whole high school career?
Correct.
Thank you so much. Board, is there any other questions, comments, or concerns on this item? All right, seeing none, and this was just a first reading, so we're not taking any action today. Thank you very much, Ms. Maddox. All right, moving on to H2B, first reading of Board Policy Administrative Regulation 6158, Independent Study. You can help us out with this one, that'd be great.
On this Board Policy 6158 Independent Study, the district staff has also been working on updating this policy to reflect any changes with CSBA or current legislation. This has also been shared with MVA and CSEA for their review. On this board policy, the main thing was to have this independent study policy updated to meet the requirements of Assembly Bill 130. So just as a reminder, what some of those updates have in our board policy is this bill, number 130, just as a reminder, was signed by the governor on July 9th of 2021 and amends the requirements of independent study programs as follows. First, it allows independent study for pupils whose parents or guardians determine that in-person instruction would put the pupil's health at risk. Also, for this school year, 21-22, it requires school districts and county offices of education to offer independent study. I think we all know that our district has independent study, both at the site level for short-term and also in MVUSD. So we already had this option in our district. It also requires districts to adopt and implement policies to require a level of satisfactory educational progress that would allow a student to not only remain in independent study, but to be successful in independent study. Also, we need to provide content-aligned grade level standards to equivalent to in-person instruction, including access to graduation requirements and also A through G requirements. We also must have procedures for tiered re-engagement for students who are not generating attendance for 3 or more school days. In addition, we have to provide a plan for specified synchronous instruction requirements by grade level. Also, we need to have a plan to transition pupils back to in-person learning within 5 days if the parents so choose to go back to in-person learning. We also had to make different changes, a variety of changes on how we communicate all of these program components with the students and the families. In addition, we also included amended requirements to school closures for unanticipated events or natural disasters, to include a plan for independent study. And finally, we needed to include requirements that also include for audit purposes to make sure that we're following those procedures. So that's in a nutshell, and to summarize how this policy for independent study, AR 6158, has been augmented, modified, added language to reflect what's required in Assembly Bill 130.
Thank you, Ms. Maddox. Board, is there any questions, comments, or concerns? All right, seeing none, I would just like to add, I just want to thank you all, the cabinet and Dr. Kidziora, for having the foresight to make sure MVOA or MVOA is where it's at and it relates to our independent study program. And clearly it's been a huge success, and it has been taking care of a lot of need that our community has. And I mean, as Ms. Maddox said, we have independent studies already in place. And I know some of us parents are already taking advantage of it. So thank you very much, Dr. Kidziora. And do you have anything else to add, Dr. Kidziora, regarding that, or?
No, thank you. I just wanted to say thank you to Educational Services for all the work that they did on that. Dr. Arce and your whole team, Ms. Maddox, worked on that, didn't they, together? And it took a lot of collaboration, but also MVA. They were very supportive and helpful, and they meet with them every Thursday, and they're very collaborative and develop these together so that they're part of the work, not after the work. You know, they do it together. So I just want to thank them for all of their work. And Human Resources is also there at those meetings, and so is Business Services. So it takes an entire team to help develop and cultivate these ideas and make sure that they're not missing any of the aspects from each of the divisions. And I did want to say to Mrs. Maddox that she also works with Jolynn Neal in Classified to meet with her and support the classified staff in understanding this too. So it's not just MVA, but CSEA, and then we work with AMVANT too. But I just want to thank them for all the time they put in to help make this happen. Thank you, Mr. Peden.
Absolutely. Right. And again, that's just the first reading on board. Just want to make sure that I give you space. Is there anything else to add to this item before we move on?
No, I think I was going to say Dr. Kidziora stole my words, but no, that shouldn't be that way. I was going to steal Dr. Kidzora's words and thank everybody for that work. I know something in an adjustment like this, it's not an easy adjustment, and it takes a lot of work, a lot of collaboration, a lot of communication. And for the district to be able to work so fast through the details and get this to the board this quickly, I think it is commendable. So I just want to say thank you to the entire team that had anything to do with this adjustment. And I'm sure this is going to be very beneficial for many, many students, many families. So this is just another example of the quick response from the district to continue providing the services that the students need during the difficult times.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Holguin. All right, moving on to item I, action item. This is a superintendent action item, a resolution number 2021-2022-12, board member absence. And because this is has to do with me, I need to recuse myself. And I believe Vice President Johnson will walk us through this process in my absence of this item and recusing myself. So I'm going to go ahead and just mute myself and exit my video. And
where are you?
We're on action item I.
Yeah.
Page 133, Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, 133. I have it. Yeah.
All right. Just let me know when you all are done.
You know, Mr. Peden, I personally don't think you have to leave the meeting.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll just hang out then.
Yeah.
No.
I just well, Mr. Johnson, go ahead.
Yeah. No, I was just saying he doesn't have to leave. So if we're on this action item, wait a minute. That's the superintendent action item, right? I do have the right one, right?
Yeah, page 133.
Yeah, that's what I have. Okay. I would like to entertain, well, let me just read this for you for the benefit of the people that's not with us. Board Bylaws 9250 provides that board members receive payment by resolution for absence due to illness, district-related business, jury duty, or if the absence was due to a hardship deemed acceptable by the board. On August the 3rd, Board President Darrell Peden was absent from the regular board meeting due to a hardship deemed acceptable by the board. And that's on the resolution number 2021-2212, authorized by the district to pay Darrell Peden. So I'd like to entertain a motion from someone how we're going to go with this. I think I already know, but
I would like to move to approve resolution number 2021-2212 as presented.
I second
okay.
it.
It's been moved by Ms. Smith and seconded by Mr. Holguin to approve resolution number 2021-2212 as presented. Call for the vote, please.
Ms. Smith?
Aye.
Mr. Holguin?
Aye.
Mr. Johnson?
Aye. So we have 3 ayes, no nays, 1 abstention, and that motion carried. Thank you very much. And thank you very much, Mr. Peden, for allowing us to handle this one. I'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you, Vice President Johnson, for your leadership. All right, moving on to I1B, approval of safe school plans 2021-2022. Dr. Kidziora.
Thank you, Mr. Peden. The safe school plans are for each school in our district, and you've been provided those the past few weeks for your review. Each school site council has approved these plans in accordance with the law and the California Department of Education. And these are required for each school to have and to use. And Daryl Scott, our Director of Safety and Security, makes sure that each school completes these and provides support. And this is an annual requirement and for you to have board approval. And we recommend board approval because the schools have all completed the necessary requirements. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kidziora. Board, any comments, questions, or concerns on this item?
Again, thank you to the team for putting these plans together. A lot of work here, but you know, a lot of details, and thank you for providing the information with enough time, Dr. Kidziora, to be able to look at the plans and be ready to pick about this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Holguin. And I would just, of course, echo those comments as well as the folks that had everything to do with this. Thank you so much. All right, at this time, we will entertain a motion to approve the 2021-2022 Safe School Plans as presented. Is there a motion?
I move to approve the 2021-2022 Safe School Plans as presented.
We have a motion on the table by Mr. Holguin. Is there a second?
I will second that motion.
We have a second by Ms. Smith. Roll call, please.
Ms. Smith?
Aye.
Mr. Holguin?
Aye.
Mr. Johnson?
Aye.
Mr. Peden?
Aye. Motion carries 4-0. Sorry about that. Okay, moving on to I2, Educational Service Action Item. Again, Ms. Maddox, you'll help us out with this one. This is I2A, approval to display comprehensive sexual health and HIV/AIDS instructional books, positive prevention plus sexual health education for America's youth. Maddox.
Thank you, Mr. Peden. The California Healthy Youth Act was enacted in January 1st, 2016, and this new law integrates the instruction of comprehensive sexual health education and HIV prevention education. The bill requires school districts to ensure that all pupils in grades 7 through 12 inclusive receive comprehensive sexual health education and also HIV prevention. The proposed instructional material textbooks for the California Healthy Youth Act are being, we're requesting the board for public review. They would be available for review by appointment in the PD office and also in a digital format. These links will also be available in our district website from September 15th, 2021 to October 11th, 2021, which exceeds the 14-day requirements prior to the recommendation to the Board of Education for consideration for adoption. Also, the community or parents can contact Educational Services Division at our district phone number, which is 571-7500, extension 17275 to schedule an appointment. Please note that the appropriate superintendent advisory committee met on August 23rd, 2021. This superintendent advisory committee was comprised of parents and staff, and after they reviewed different publishers, they are recommending the curriculum that has been established with the established procedures in our board policy 6161.1, selection and evaluation of textbooks. And they would like to recommend for public viewing the following: Positive Prevention Plus, which is Sexual Education for America's Youth, grades 6 through 8. And the publishers are Positive Prevention Plus, the company that publishes this.
Thank you, Ms. Maddox. Any questions, comments, or concerns by the board?
Yes, I would like to say thank you to Mrs. Maddox and Esperanza Arce and everyone who made the decision to, and Dr. Kedziora, who made the decision to form a community committee to look at the textbooks available and make a decision with input from community members. I think it's really important on a subject this sensitive to have input from community members. I think we've done a good job of that, so thank you.
Absolutely. And Ms. Smith, thank you for your leadership on this item. I know that you care deeply about making sure that the community has their input and that process is done the right way. So thank you for your leadership as well. Okay, at this time we will, go ahead, Mr. Golden. Sorry about that, go ahead.
I just want to add the thank yous from Ms. Smith. I want to add the thank yous to the members of the committee for putting the time, for their commitment, for their willingness to be part of this process and bring back this recommendation. So thank you to that committee.
Absolutely. All right, if there's no further questions, comments, or concerns on this item, we will entertain a motion to display the Comprehensive Sexual Health and HIV/AIDS instructional books, Positive Prevention plus Sexual Health Education for America's Youth as indicated. Is there a motion?
So moved.
All right, we have a motion by Mr. Holguin. Is there a second?
I will second that motion.
We have a second by Ms. Smith. Roll call, please.
Ms. Smith?
Aye.
Mr. Holguin?
Aye.
Mr. Johnson?
Aye.
Mr. Peden?
Aye, motion carries 4-0. All right, now we're moving on to I2B, which is approval to adopt American Sign Language instructional materials. Ms. Maddox?
Thank you. The proposed instructional materials textbooks for American Sign Language have been on display at the Professional Development Office for the required 14-day period from July 21st to August 4th. Prior to this recommendation that you have before you tonight for consideration for adoption, the appropriate subject advisory council evaluated and recommended these textbooks per established procedures in our board policy and administration regulation 61.1, selection and evaluation of textbooks. It is recommended that the Board of Education approve the adoption and purchase of the following materials and textbooks: Signing Naturally, 2008, for grades 9 through 12, the publisher Dawn Sign Press.
Thank you, Ms. Maddox. Is there any questions, comments, or concerns from the board? All right, seeing none, I'll entertain a motion to approve the adoption of the American Sign Language instructional materials as presented. Is there a motion?
So moved.
A motion on the table by Ms. Smith. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Johnson, roll call, please.
Ms. Smith,
Aye.
Mr. Holguin,
Aye.
Mr. Johnson,
Aye.
Mr. Peden.
Aye, motion carries 4-0. All right. Maddox, I think you're finished up there. Now we're on to Ms. Lopez. All right, we're on business services action items. I3A appoints one member to the Citizen Bond Oversight Committee and accept one committee member resignation. Ms. Lopez.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Peden. Our Citizens Bond Oversight Committee, or CBOC, consists of at least 7 members that are appointed. Their principal purpose is to inform the public concerning the expenditures of the Measure M or Fund 21 revenues of the district. So they take a look at all of the revenues and the different expenditures. Back in August of 2019, we had an ongoing recruitment for one of our positions, and I am happy to report that we have received an application. At the same time, though, we were informed that one of our members was leaving the area and had to resign. So this evening, we would like to recommend approval of adding Steve Thornton, who would be representing the Taxpayer Organization Member Group to the CBOC committee, as well as accepting the resignation of LaShonda Tillman, who represented the Taxpayer Organizational Member Committee as well.
Thank you, Ms. Lopez. Any questions, comments, or concerns from the board? All right, seeing none, at this time, I'll entertain a motion to approve the appointment of Citizen Bond Oversight Committee members and accept the resignation from one member as presented. Roll call. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Holguin. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Second on Mr. Johnson. Roll call, please.
Ms. Smith,
Aye.
Mr. Holguin,
Aye.
Mr. Johnson,
Aye.
Mr. Peden.
Aye, motion carries 4-0. Thank you, Ms. Lopez. All right, moving on to I3B, approval of broker agreement with Moreno Valley Realty for a property located at 25652 Alessandro Boulevard, Moreno Valley, California, 92553. Ms. Lopez.
Yes, thank you. What you have here for item I3B is the approval of the broker agreement. The property that is listed is that former Allstate building that we have discussed and know that we want to purchase. What this agreement would allow us to do is enter so that Jan Zappardo from Moreno Valley Realty could represent the district. And so this first item is related to that broker agreement. And then the following item also related to that would be the actual letter of offer for the property.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions, comments, or concerns on this item? Right, I do have just a quick question, Ms. Lopez, and we're looking at a 5% for brokerage fee. That's standard?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you very much. Make sure we put that on public record. All right, if there's no other questions, comments, or concerns on this item, we will entertain a motion. Oh, Ms. Smith, go ahead.
Yes, you asked about the brokerage fee, but that's going to be paid by the seller, right? We're not paying that 5%.
No,
The
the
agreement
district,
provides that the seller, not the district, shall pay the broker a brokerage fee. We are not paying that 5%.
the district will also be paying a fee to the broker.
Yeah, because they're representing us as well.
Yes.
Wait, but it says the agreement provides that the seller of any such property, not the district, shall pay the broker a brokerage fee in the amount of 5% of the total consideration at the close of escrow. It's pretty standard for the seller to pay the fee.
It is, but the district will also be paying a fee for the transaction. Is that the fee that you're asking about?
I'm asking about the 5%.
On this item specifically, Ms. Lopez, it does state that this agreement that we're voting on currently is to what Ms. Smith is stating.
Let me bring
Yes,
up
I'm
the
reading
actual-
right here above where it says recommended motion. That paragraph right above that.
Right, I'm reading off of the actual agreement, so give me just 1 second.
Thank you, Ms.
We
Lopez.
should put those together.
Sorry, my document is like 17 pages, so just bear with me.
I just want to get it right.
I think there is some confusion in the language though, because it does say that the agreement provides that the seller of any such property, not the district, and then it says the district shall pay the broker. So identifying who is the district.
I mean, there are always fees for both a buyer and a seller, but usually the broker fee is paid by the seller.
Right,
I mean,
and
we'll have escrow fees, we'll have title fees. There's always those.
So when you're looking at, and I'm actually looking at the actual agreement, it's saying that the escrow and title fees, and it's got both buyer and seller shall be responsible for paying those fees.
Yes, I see those escrow and title fees, yes,
Right.
but not the brokerage fee.
Right.
Okay. That 5% broker's fee is the seller.
Right, and I'm just going through the rest of the
You always
document
have
just
to
to make
take
sure
title insurance.
I'm not seeing it somewhere else.
Good catch.
I mean, I think that's correct, the way it's written, that the seller will pay that. I just wanted to clarify that.
Right, and that's pretty much what confirms what's on the actual escrow agreement. And again, I'm looking at page 6 of the backup. Page 6 and 7 is where it outlines it.
I need to go back to the beginning to find page 6 and 7.
So there is confirmation that what's written is accurate then? Is 5%? Okay.
Correct.
And then when you have a chance, can you identify exactly maybe in another time what the district will be responsible for as it relates to the percentage for any fees?
Yes, definitely we can do that.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
But this is referring specifically to the brokerage fee.
Correct.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Right.
It says not the district, and then it says district in quotes. Mhm.
Yeah, that's where I got confused because I saw the district. I didn't see the not the district part.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I can see where that wording is a little bit confusing, and that's why I wanted to refer back to the actual agreement itself. because that's the legal document.
Absolutely. So you're confident that we're good on the language then?
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Lopez. Ms. Smith, are you okay with that?
Yes.
Okay. Any board? Everybody good?
Yeah. So I would just say, maybe I missed it, maybe you said already, I missed it, that if Ms. Lopez can confirm that the language is correct, I think we can move forward this evening, but if there is any need for any correction, can you bring it back for any modification if necessary?
I think it's correct the way it's written here.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, but
I'm
we
just
will
saying
double
that,
check.
yes,
Definitely.
that's what I'm saying, just double
Thank you.
check and make sure.
Okay, but we're comfortable with the vote, Mr. Holguin?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Ms. Lopez, we're good to go?
Yes, and I apologize for that confusion.
No worries. I'm glad we all just quick have conversation. That's what it's all about. All right.
I move
Ms.
to
Smith.
approve the broker fee as presented.
Okay, we have a motion on the table by Ms. Smith. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
And we have a second by Mr. Johnson. Roll call, please.
Ms. Smith,
Aye.
Mr. Holguin,
Aye.
Mr. Johnson,
Aye.
Mr. Peden.
Aye. Motion carries 4-0. And now moving on to I3C, approval of letter of offer for property located at 25652 Alessandro Boulevard, Moreno Valley, California, 92553. Ms. Lopez.
Yes, so this item is the actual letter of offer, intent to purchase. And so what you see here is that purchase price of $445,000, which is lower than the amount that we had discussed previously. But you know, we are, the seller is working with us because, as you realize, we had to go through the additional inspections, and that's why we are actually paying rent until all of the those items are finalized. But we have agreed on the purchase price as well as the initial deposit. So this is the letter of offer. And I think what's confusing is that the real estate broker is actually representing both parties in this case.
Okay, yeah, that could be. Okay. All right. Anybody have any
That's
questions?
not unusual.
Ms. Smith, sorry, you said that's not unusual?
Not unusual.
All right. Any questions, comments, or concerns?
Nope.
All right. Seeing none at this time, I'll entertain a motion to approve the letter of offer for property located at 25652 Alessandro Boulevard, Moreno Valley, California, 92553 as presented. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Mr. Johnson, was that a motion?
Yes, please.
Okay, we have a motion on the table. Mr. Johnson, is there a second?
I will second that motion.
Second by Ms. Smith. Roll call, please.
Ms. Smith,
Aye.
Mr. Holguin,
Aye.
Mr. Johnson,
Aye.
Mr. Peden.
Aye. Motion carries 4-0. All right, now we are on I3D, approval of unaudited actual reports of 2020-2021. Ms. Lopez.
And for this item, I will be sharing my screen so that we can walk through a PowerPoint presentation. So
Thank
give me
you.
just 1 second. And everybody should be able to see that now.
I can see it on my end.
Okay, perfect. So even though the fiscal year actually ended on June 30th, it really takes a couple of months to go through the year-end process. And that's what the Business Services Office has been going through the last couple of months. What we are presenting to you this evening is the unaudited actuals report. And what this is, it's the final cumulative financial activity through the fiscal year, June 30th of 2021. The reason we refer to it as unaudited is the fact that it's still subject to the annual audit. And as a matter of fact, our external auditors are here this week and will probably be here next week gathering all the data so that they can go back and complete that audit report. This is a report that is filed with the state and is the final outline of our revenues and expenditures for the 2021 fiscal year. What the goal is for this report is, now that we have final numbers, is we will update our 21-22 beginning fund balance to reflect those prior year ending fund balances. Whereas with other financial reports, I present to you assumptions and walk through the different information on how we build our projections, this report pretty much focuses on just actual information. And so what I want to do with this report is simply show you how far or what the variances were from our projections at estimated actuals. The estimated actuals were presented to you at the June 29th board meeting, and they were simply that actuals based on the information that we had at the time. So now with the unaudited actuals, we will go through and look at what the variances are. When it comes to the local control funding formula sources, you can see that we were almost exact, off $28,000 from what we projected to what the ending result was. We don't receive federal revenues on the unrestricted general fund, and so that number is 0. On the other state revenue, we received about $750,000 in additional revenues, and this was mostly as a result of the state lottery, which had a per ADA amount increase during the year, and then about $100,000 overstated on the local revenues. But overall, from our projections in June until we closed the books, you can see that the variance was $634,000, which is really an accurate representation because this corresponds to a 0.18% variance. And typically in the business office, you strive to be within 1%. And so the fact that they were 0.18% just really shows that they took a lot of time when calculating those estimates. Taking a look now at the expenditure side of the unrestricted general fund, you can see that the largest variances were in regards to certificated salaries and classified salaries. That was almost a $7 million variance. That was a result of the one-time 4.5% off schedule payment that was board approved in July. So when staff was going through making estimates in June, they were not aware that this would happen. And so that really is the reason for this variance. In regards to employee benefits, books, supplies, services, operating expenditures, the variances were not very large. And I'm going to go a little bit more into detail on the variances in the books and services when we talk about restricted, because it's the same reasons as to why we were off. But overall, expenditures were about $5 million higher with unaudited actuals. But again, a significant impact was that 4.5% off schedule payment. When we take a look at our transfers in, this is a small dollar amount, but one of our funds is not allowed to accumulate interest. And so we had to transfer that interest into unrestricted to account for that $3,000 variance. The transfers out, this was a contribution to the charter school fund to Fund 9. And so you can see that estimates were about $335,000. And those final numbers came in about $23,000 less. And then on the contributions, about $500,000 difference, mainly as a result, again, of that 4.5% off schedule payment. So overall on the total other financing sources, about $500,000 in variances. Now on the restricted side, this is where a lot of our one-time funding, all of the pandemic funding, most of it is here on the restricted side. And so what happens is that we had the accounting for some of those one-time funds that were changed. In the accounting world, when you have a grant, it qualifies as either an ending fund balance grant or a deferred revenue. When it's ending fund balance, that means that when that award letter is received, you will keep that money. And if the money isn't spent, it falls as part of your ending fund balance. However, if a program is a deferred revenue, as is the case with a lot of our federal grants, we don't recognize those revenues until the expenditures occur. And so that's what happened that resulted in a large variance on the federal revenues, is that a lot of these one-time funds originally were ending fund balance funds and then later switched to deferred revenues. And so it doesn't mean that we lost out on $11 million. It just simply means that those $11 million will be recognized when the expenditures occur. And so at estimated actuals, we were estimating almost 77 million. The number was 65.5, which is that $11 million variance. On the other state revenue, almost $2 million in additional revenues as a result of restricted lottery. So lottery comes in two forms. The restricted side was about $800,000, and those funds are used solely for textbooks. And then we also received $1.6 million of expanded learning opportunity grants that we were not aware that we would be receiving. Under local revenues, that $800,000 were additional redevelopment funds that the district received. Overall, when you combine everything, the revenues were about $8.6 million less. But again, not money that was lost, simply money that will be recognized the year the expenditures occur. Taking a look at the expenditures on the restricted side, again, larger variances on the salaries as a result of the 4.5% increase. I want to spend a little bit of time on the books and supplies and services categories, because you can see that there are variances there of 3.4 million and 2.2, and then there was about $1 million variance on the unrestricted side. So what is happening right now with a lot of these goods and services is that COVID continues to have a great impact on a lot of our vendors. A lot of our orders are delayed. I think I've talked to a couple of principals that keep asking where their picnic tables are. These picnic tables were ordered in March and April, and to this date have still not been received. Many of our vendors are also struggling with personnel or just having delivery issues. We've had vendors that are now out of business. And so a lot of orders were placed, as you are aware, at the end of the school year. And we thought we would receive them by June 30th, and we simply didn't. And so again, these are sort of those funds that when we receive them is when we're going to recognize the revenue. But it did cause some great variances on the books and supplies and services categories. But overall, the total expenditures were about $3.7 million less on the restricted side. We don't have transfers in or transfers out on the restricted side, but we do have the offset of the contributions. Again, the contributions are the funds that are moved from unrestricted to restricted to cover the shortfall in the special education funding. And as part of the required routine restricted maintenance program, 3% contribution. And so those numbers were off about $500,000. So that's why you see the positive side here on the restricted side. And so overall, when you combine all this information, you can see that these are the changes to our ending fund balance. So in June, we were estimating to end our unrestricted ending fund balance of 109.3 million. Actual balances are now 104.5. So that's a variance of about 4.7 million. On the restricted side, projecting to end with 33 million and now ending with 28.8 million, which is about $4.3 million less. So when you look at the combined amounts, it's $9 million less than projections. But then when you remember that the cost of the 4.5% was about $11 million, you can see that that accounts for a majority of it. So did an amazing job with the estimated amounts. And so, as I mentioned in the second slide, is we use the unaudited actuals information to update our ending fund balance or our beginning balance for 21-22. And so on this slide, I've just highlighted in yellow the changes. Obviously, the first column, 2021 unaudited, those have all been updated because now we've closed the books. And so here's the total revenues for unrestricted, 357 million. Expenditures 287, contributions and other sources 55.8. And so we actually increased our ending fund balance, which we knew we were going to do, taking it from 90.3 million to the ending fund balance of 104.5. That now becomes my beginning balance moving forward. Have not changed any of the revenues or expenditures for 21, 22, 22, 23, or 23, 24. We've just simply updated the balances based on the ending fund balance for 2021. But you can see that through 23, 24, we still have and maintain a positive ending fund balance. This slide is one that you've seen before, but we just wanted to update with unaudited actuals information for 2020, 2021. We've had lots of discussion and lots of overviews about the different types of federal and state pandemic funds that we've received as a district. So this just outlines the description of those programs with the spending deadline as well as the allocation. And now what the difficult piece is knowing that some of these funds, for example, we will have until 2023, or some case with ESSER 3 through September of 2024 to spend. We just want to make sure that we're very transparent and provide the information of how the budgeting and how the expenditures occur. So you can see that for 1920, that was the first year that we received some of these funds. And you can see that for the 1920 year, we spent $1.8 million. Now that we've closed the books in 2021, we now know that we've spent 43.6 million. And so now what we'll do is, based on the progress of 21, 22, and based on the needs and as things come up, we can make adjustments for the projected budget in 21, 22, as well as the out years. But the goal is that we maintain enough funds to get us through all of the years that we're able to utilize and maintain these expenditures. And I know that we are, looking at the unrestricted and the restricted general fund. And that is part of that 230-page document report that you received. And the general fund, unrestricted, restricted, is not the only fund that's included in the report. As part of the year-end closing process, we have to go through and look at each of our district funds. And when we do that, I just wanted to provide you the summary of what the ending fund balances were as of June 30th for each of the different funds. And you can see that outlined here. So now that 2021 is sort of in that rear view mirror, and we continue to look at current year, some of the things that we're closely monitoring, obviously enrollment. We had projected a decline in enrollment, and I'm happy to report that as of now, it looks like for this year, we might not be declining. And so that's good news, and we will be making adjustments to our financials. Attendance is a big area though, because in the past, we've always used sort of the attendance rate from previous years. And I think we all recognize that that is probably not something we're going to be able to use for current year, or maybe not even next year, because attendance is significantly impacted. Ms. Maddox talked about AB 130 and those independent study requirements. Those two are going to have an impact on our attendance, possibly our enrollment. And so we are making sure that we are following that and spending a lot of time with our auditors, with school sites, with educational services on any new updates to AB 130 so that we can accurately measure what that impact is to our budget. An unknown end date of the COVID-19 pandemic. This bullet came straight from last year, and I just felt I had to keep it in here because we don't know how long we're going to be living in this world and how long this will be impacted. And then the federal and state economy, when 40% of the state budget is towards or allocated to K-14 public education, obviously we need to be aware of what happens at that level and the impact that it can have on our fiscal state.
Ms. Lopez,
Yes.
quick question. You mentioned that there could potentially be some impact on enrollment from AB 130 independent study requirements. Can you elaborate what those impacts look like? Is that a negative or a positive impact?
It depends, right? So there is definitely opportunity to recover attendance when students are out for any purpose, whether it's for quarantine, positive cases and so forth. But there's requirements that need to be met. For example, what work needs to be completed, who will be grading the work, who will be providing the instruction, because as part of AB 130, after the 15th day, there needs to be some interaction with a certificated staff member. And so as we go through that and come up with the processes at our school sites, that's where I'm not sure. I hope it's a positive impact, but until we get there and actually have students reach that 15th day and see what our process is when we're going to know. So I think it's just a little early, but hopefully it is of a benefit to districts. I already know that there is a lot of legislation and advocacy occurring in Sacramento, because when AB 130 was first introduced, and there's still some areas that haven't been addressed, but for example, we weren't even getting answers on by certificated, could that be a substitute? Does it have to be the teacher that takes attendance and so forth? So I think this is still something that's evolving even in Sacramento. But a lot of school districts we're speaking up and saying, look, we can't have anything that negatively impacts the district's finances, as well as negatively impacting students' instruction as well. So there's just a lot happening in Sacramento with AB 130, and I anticipate that will continue.
Thank you.
So our next steps is at the October 26th board meeting, we will be presenting the ESSER 3 expenditure plan. That is one of the requirements for receiving the ESSER 3 funding. In December will be that first look at our 21-22 financial information. But like I said, we're already looking at enrollment and attendance and what that means for our budget. But this will be the first time that you're presented with that actual report. And then probably in January of 22 is when the district audit will be reported. That then turns these unaudited actuals into actual financial reports. And I'd really like to thank the team in business services that assisted with this report. It's been a long couple of months for them. It's a very long process, but I am happy to see what the information is that we're presenting this evening. Because I think they did an amazing job, and that only reflects the hard work and the dedication that is behind this team. So thank you. Any questions?
I would just like to say thank you to Ms. Lopez and her entire team for all the work that they've done on this. This is a great report, and I think the actual report in itself is like 266 pages, and then this great presentation. Thank you so much.
And also, of course, Ms. Lopez, you and your team, but also we got to give some shout outs to whoever's creating all these PowerPoint slides. You're doing a great job.
I'm happy to report that Regina Castellano, my new administrative assistant, was actually responsible for this one. So thank you, Regina.
Great job, Regina.
Yeah, great overall job too, putting all that stuff together like that too. It made it really easy for all of us, especially me, to understand what's going on. So I appreciate it.
Okay, if there's any other further questions before we entertain a motion to approve the unaudited actual report?
I just have to add my thank yous to Susana Lopez and her entire team. And, this is a lot of work. Again, she mentioned 2 months of preparation for this report, but also compliance with all the different rules from the state, from the federal and from the county office, and to make sure everything is going to be in place when the auditors show up. It's just a lot of details, a lot of pieces to put together. So it takes a lot of people to put it together. And I just have to say, it's we're lucky that we have the business team that we have in our district, because things look very, very positive. And we can see in that chart that you show the ending balance and your multi-year projection. that's one of the pieces that are always very closely looked at, the multi-year projections, and see how the district is going to end. And just to see that even when the ending balance is going down, still the district is in a very positive fiscal position. So that, again, we've said it many times in the past, that takes a lot of effort, not only from the business office, but the entire team, everybody working together to maintain that fiscal stability and being able to determine how to use the money, where to use it, and how to benefit mostly from what is coming from the different sources of income. So thank you, Ms. Lopez and your entire team for this report.
Thank you, Mr. Holguin. All right, at this time, if there's no other questions, comments, or concerns, I'll entertain a motion to approve the 2020-2021 unaudited actual report as presented. Is there a motion?
I move to approve the report.
Okay, we got a motion by Ms. Smith. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Motion by Mr. Johnson. Roll call, please.
Ms. Smith,
Aye.
Mr. Holguin,
Aye.
Mr. Johnson,
Aye.
Mr. Peden.
Aye, motion carries 4-0. All right.
Mr. Peden,
Yes,
I just, if I can add that I have just received confirmation, because I had some folks following up, that wording was accurate and the seller is paying the total 5%.
Thank you, Ms. Lopez, for following up. I guess we shouldn't expect anything less. You all never let us down. With any question we got, you'll have the answer. If it ain't now, it's gonna probably like 5 minutes.
You put the challenge out there, so.
So who was at home off of work and made that happen?
I want to thank our Director of Facilities, Samuel Zubaidi, for getting back to me quickly.
For sure. Thank you, sir. We appreciate that. We really do appreciate you all and your commitment, getting the answers to us. That means a lot. All right. I3E. I mean, before I moved on to the item, I was going to say after Mr. Holguin's comment is that I feel like from all you all on the cabinet and Ms. Lopez, that there's not really any question that you don't have an answer to. So we appreciate that. All right, on to I3E, resolution number 2021-2022-04, establishing appropriations, the GON limit pursuant to Article 8B of California Constitution. Ms. Lopez.
Yes, and the GAN limit is actually page 191 of that unaudited actuals report, in case you're interested. But in 1979, Proposition 4 was approved. Proposition 4, known as a GAN amendment, actually places limitations on the spending by public agencies, and that includes school district. So every year, all school districts must complete this GAN limit calculation that shows that the district's annual spending does not exceed the limit. And so our district completed this form as part of the unaudited actuals report. As I mentioned, it's page 191 of this report. And I am pleased to report that for both 2020-21 and 2021-2022, fiscal years are within the limits. And so this is the resolution that is certifying that.
Ms. Lopez, board, is there any questions, comments, or concerns on this item?
I just have to say that this should not be any surprise that the district is within compliance with what you just said about the work of Susana Lopez and her team. You know, everything is in place, everything is compliance. So this is one more example. So thank you, Mrs. Lopez.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Holguin. All right. There's no other questions, comments, or concerns. We will move on to entertain a motion to approve resolution number 2021-22-04 as presented. Is there a motion? A motion by Mr. Holguin. Is there a second?
I will second that.
I'll take Ms. Smith for the second, and roll call, please.
Ms. Smith,
Aye.
Mr. Holguin,
aye.
Mr. Johnson,
Aye.
Mr. Peden.
Aye. Motion carries 4-0. All All right, moving on to I3F, resolution number 2021-22-10 of Board of Education of Moreno Valley Unified School District approving and authorizing the execution of a joint community facilities agreement and delegating authority there related thereto. Ms. Lopez, if you can help us out with this.
Yes, thank you. One last resolution on my part this evening, and this is in regards to CFD 2018-1. This was a CFD that was approved by the Board of Education on April 2018. This particular CFD 2018-1, is actually the Hyde Park development. These are homes, has built 274 homes, 213 of which have already been sold, an additional 32 homes as of a couple weeks ago in escrow, and 100% land development complete. As we were getting ready to proceed with selling bonds for this particular CFD, we realized that we had one last document that needed to be approved. And so this evening, we are asking for approval to allow us to execute this agreement so that we can proceed with the bond issuance request for this CFD 2018-1 at the October 12, 2021 board meeting.
All that, it's the first time I think I did that with my mute on. Wait, nobody said that, did you? Okay, let me see where. Any questions, comments, or concerns from the board? Okay, no, nothing, seeing that. Okay, at this time, we'll entertain a motion to approve resolution number 2021-22-10 as presented. Is there a motion?
I'd like to make, oh, okay. Now then I'll second it.
Okay, we got a motion by Mr. Holguin and a second by Mr. Johnson. Roll call, please.
Ms. Smith,
Aye.
Mr. Holguin.
Aye.
Mr. Johnson,
Aye.
Mr. Peden.
Aye, motion carries 4-0. All right, we are on I4. These are the human resource action items. So I4A, approve of 2022-2023 traditional school years calendars, state preschool and Head Start calendars. Dr. Verde.
Thank you, Mr. Peden. Yes, so along with our labor partners, we have negotiated the 22-23 school year calendars. We always try and stay a little bit out in front of the negotiated calendars for the coming school years. And so through our annual calendar committee, we've been able to sit down with MVEA, CSEA, and management leadership to approve these calendars for those areas, as you mentioned. So tonight, the district is recommending board approval for those calendars.
Absolutely, thank you, Dr. Verde. Board, is there any questions, comments, or concerns on these calendars?
I'd just like to say I think it's great that we move ahead a couple of years on these calendars, because I think employees need to know how to plan their lives, and I think this is great. Thank you.
Absolutely, thank you, Ms. Smith. All right, any other questions, comments, concerns? All right, seeing none at this time, I'll entertain a motion to approve the 2022-2023 traditional school year calendars, state preschool and Head Start calendars as presented. Is there a motion?
I move to approve the calendars as presented.
All right, I have a motion on the table by Ms. Smith. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a second by Mr. Johnson. Roll call, please.
Ms. Smith,
Aye.
Mr. Holguin.
Aye.
Mr. Johnson,
Aye.
Mr. Peden.
Aye, motion carries 4-0. All right, now we are on to I4B, increase certificated substitute daily rates for 2021-2022 school year. Dr. Verde.
Thank you, Mr. Peden. As the district continues to navigate through the pandemic, one of the challenges has been to maintain a competitive substitute pool for both certificated and classified positions. Tonight, we bring forward to the board an opportunity to keep our salary schedules for both of those groups competitive. This first one, as you mentioned, is for certificated subs. We would like to propose an increase to the daily rate that our subs are currently getting for expanded services to students. What we're asking the board to approve tonight is an increase to the daily rate, as well as an opportunity for substitutes to potentially earn a little bit more compensation for going through some ongoing trainings and providing additional tutoring and services to our students during after-school opportunities and expanded learning opportunities. So, and with that, I'd like to thank Ms. Lopez and also the professional development team for helping us get this on the agenda with that special funding stream, as well as to provide those additional trainings.
Thank you, Dr. Verde. Quick question as it relates to this increase. Will this be ongoing, or is this just going to be for this year?
At this time, Mr. Peden, it is this school year, and then the district will revisit moving forward as we continue to look at comparisons with local districts. Some of our neighbors around the county have already adjusted these rates for the year. So as we move into the spring and maybe into the summer, we will reevaluate for next school year.
Right, and the hope is that this will attract more substitutes.
Yes, sir. Attract more substitutes to come in to work for us, but also we do want to thank, really from the bottom of our hearts, all the subs in certificated and classified positions that have been coming in. And I hope this retains that pool of very dedicated substitute employees that we have, because we could not be doing what we're attempting to do right now without them.
Absolutely. Thank you, Dr. Verde, for making that point. Board, do you have any other questions, comments, or concerns on this item?
Yes, I have a question. Dr. Verde, maybe you mentioned it and I missed it. How does this compare to other districts?
So in other districts, Mr. Holguin, we're actually pulling slightly out in front of or even with the 5 other local districts that we normally compete with for our substitute pools. That includes Hemet, Riverside Unified, Val Verde, and also San Bernardino Unified. Even though they're outside of our county, our subs often tell us that they will pick up jobs in San Bernardino as well. So in most of these cases, we're pulling just slightly out in front of the compensation curve, if not even with them, by approving this tonight.
Good.
I think it's a good idea, because when you look at the job market out there and other jobs that people are hiring for, I think the pay is, even for people that are not really skilled, the pay is similar to this pay that people are getting in other jobs, warehouse jobs, things like that.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. All right, if there's no other questions, comments, or concerns on this item, I'll entertain a motion to increase the certificated substitute daily rate effective September 15th to 2021 for the 2021-22 school year as presented. Is there a motion?
So moved.
We have a motion by Mr. Holguin. Is there a second?
I will second that.
We have a second by Ms. Smith. Roll call, please.
Ms. Smith,
Aye.
Mr. Holguin.
Aye.
Mr. Johnson,
Aye.
Mr. Peden.
Aye, motion carries 4-0. All right, moving on to I4C, increase classified substitute salaries for hard to fill positions for the 21-22 school year. Dr. Verde.
Thank you again, Mr. Peden. Similar to what I introduced with the previous item, these classified substitute positions have been difficult to fill. And for the folks who have been filling these positions, I do want to thank them. We are proposing rate increases for substitutes who have been serving in nutrition assistant 1 positions, health clerk technician positions, health clerk bilingual positions, as well as instructional assistants. And again, these are traditionally difficult to fill positions, but even more critical now that we revisited and remained competitive with what local districts are doing to compensate the subs that are coming in and supporting us. And so the district is recommending that these rates be approved as well with the similar funding stream as the previous item.
Thank you, Dr. Verde. Any questions, comments, or concerns on this item?
How does this compare with what people that are already working in the district making? I mean, is this still below what our regular people are making?
It does vary a little bit, Ms. Smith, but it may not always be apples to apples in some cases because these are more entry-level positions. these positions would still be most likely lower than entry-level positions in other areas, but sometimes it's difficult to compare like a clerk, say, with an instructional assistant, because they do have different ranges. I would say this, just as far as our partners in labor go, we do continue to work on compensation discussions with CSEA as well as MVEA, and we hope to wrap those up in the coming months, because we also do value, of course, what they're doing on the daily basis for our students, and we want to remain competitive for our permanent employees as well as for our managers. So we are looking at what our permanent folks are making, and we are looking at comparisons with local districts as they settle, so that we can finish up at the negotiations table with our associations.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Verde. And I would just say, I mean, thank you so much for putting so much value on our employees. And, you know, that means a lot, and I'm sure it means a lot to them as well. Any other questions or comments?
I think that's a good comment, Mr. Peden, that putting the value to our employees, and at the same time, I think it makes the district, makes these positions in our district more attractive for people that are looking outside, not trying to compare what district to go to. And, you know, these actions you know, could make a difference for people to go to work.
Absolutely. All right, at this time, we'll entertain a motion to increase the proposed classified substitute positions for 21-22 school year, effective as of September 15th, 2021, as presented. Is there a motion?
I move to increase the proposed classified substitute positions for the 2021-2022 school year, effective September 15th, 2021, as presented.
All right, we have a motion on the table. Is there a second?
Second.
We got a second by Mr. Holguin. Roll call, please.
Ms. Smith,
Aye.
Mr. Holguin.
Aye.
Mr. Johnson,
Aye.
Mr. Peden.
Aye, motion carries 4-0. All right, we're on, are we gonna make it, or do we have to, is 9:30 our time again? No, it's 10.
10:30, Mr. Peden.
Was it 10:30 really? How did
Yes,
I get 9:30? Wow.
Yeah.
I was wondering why I haven't gotten text from anybody, like, we're coming up on time. Okay,
We are going to be done on time. No worries.
over here stressing out. Okay, I can slow things down then. All right.
That means nothing to me.
That don't mean nothing to you.
No, time means nothing. I don't have anywhere to go, nothing to do. So
There you go. All right, I think if I haven't lost my place, I think we're on I-4D. All right, good. The thumbs up.
Yeah.
Okay. Variable term. All right, thank you, Mr. Johnson. A variable term waiver for the English learner authorization VCLAD for 2021-22 school year. Dr. Verde.
Thank you, Mr. Peden. So this item, as well as the subsequent item, both are being recommended by the district as we look to fill difficult certificated positions. And what we're looking at are qualified candidates who are close to completing their programs, their own education, but this allows us to sort of bridge them into our classroom, get the professional development they need with us and the support they need from us while they finish up their program. So this first item is for a term waiver request for English learner authorization, known as the BCLAD. It allows us to fill an immediate staffing need by hiring an individual who has not yet met their English learner requirement while they are completing their credential program. And they are currently pursuing that and will be completing it soon. This is under Education Code section 44253.3, and the individuals are listed on the item. We're asking the board to approve that item tonight so that we can continue to support them as they complete that last portion of their credential.
Thank you, Dr. Verde. Board, any questions, comments, or concerns? All right, seeing none, at this time, I'll entertain a motion to approve the 21-22 school year variable waiver request for the English learner authorization BCLAD as presented. Is there a motion?
So moved.
I have a motion on the table by Mr. Holguin. Second. I'll got a second by Mr. Johnson. Roll call, please.
Ms. Smith,
Aye.
Mr. Holguin.
Aye.
Mr. Johnson,
Aye.
Mr. Peden.
Aye, motion carries 4-0. All right, we're on I-4E provisional internship permit for 21-22 school year. Riddick?
Thank you, sir. Again, a similar circumstance. This particular item allows a district to fill an immediate staffing need by hiring a teacher who is continuing to work on fulfilling their subject matter competence requirement as they're going through their intern program, their teacher intern program. So as we support that teacher and they work on that in the field of biology, we would ask the board to approve this waiver, and this would allow this person to work in the classroom while they finish up that portion of their internship program.
Okay, thank you so much for that explanation. Any questions, comments, or concerns from the board? All right, seeing none. Oh, Ms. Smith, you have anything or no?
No, I'm just getting ready.
All right, let's hear it. All right, is there a motion to approve the provisional internship permit for the 21-22 school year?
I will make a motion to approve the provisional internship permit for the 2021-2022 school year as presented.
All right, we have a motion on the table. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, we have a second on the table. Mr. Holguin, roll call, please.
Ms. Smith,
Aye.
Mr. Holguin,
Aye.
Mr. Johnson,
Aye.
Mr. Peden.
All right, motion carries 4-0. All right, we're on item J, future agenda topics. This is the time where the board is able to have discussion about any future board meeting agenda topics. If there's any that we would like to put forward, this is the time to have that discussion. Board?
From my perspective, I think I said it at the last meeting, and I'll say it again. I think the superintendent and his team have a lot on their plate, and a lot of things that have to be brought up to the board routinely or because of the COVID-19 conditions. So I don't see anything that I personally would like to add, not anything besides what they have to take care of and continue providing the services and the good environment for our students during this time. And this is a brand new school year. We've seen a lot of challenges, and I'm sure Dr. Katsura has been facing a lot of challenges more than what we know. But I appreciate everything that he has been dealing with and the way he has been dealing with all those challenges. So, and of course, the entire team. I mean, he mentioned earlier that he has all the administrators helping at the sites. So I think that's just one example of the many challenges that are being presented. But I just, I just don't see anything else that I would need to be added to the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Holguin. I would agree. I think
I'm glad we have this spot for future agenda topics, although I don't have anything at this time. I'm glad it's there that board members can put something on the agenda if they want.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this is an important area and agenda item to make sure that we maintain. But clearly, I think it's clear that, and I think our cabinet and staff would agree that capacity, and Dr. Katsura would agree that capacity is an issue, and there's a lot going on and a lot of extra work that everybody has. So we wouldn't want to add to that. But I also would like to add that I'm thankful that cabinet and Dr. Katsura and staff have found the time to put together a study session that's going to happen in a few weeks to go over CTE programming. So that's something that we've been wanting to have a discussion about. So we do appreciate the time and everything that's been invested to make that happen. And we know that study sessions do take a lot of planning and time. So thank you very much for that. And hopefully that's not too much of a burden. Dr. Katsura, you have anything to say about that?
No, I can't wait for the study session. I'm looking forward to it.
Oh, okay. That's sarcasm.
I mean, there's a section on facilities and there's a section on CTE pathways.
Okay, that wasn't sarcasm then?
Did it sound like it?
No, it didn't. I was just messing around. I'm just trying to have a little fun.
I have to watch, my everything. So But no, we're going to do it. It's going to happen.
All right, sounds good.
Well, that's one thing about that. If you mention something that you think we need to add, he will definitely do that. So I appreciate that. He does jump right on things that we bring up and we ask. So, and all joking aside, but I really appreciate that.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, is there any other discussion on this item? If not, we'll move forward. Okay, seeing none, we'll move forward to an acknowledgement item. Dr. Verde is going to help us out with for the 21, this is item K, 21-22 school year calendars revised. Dr. Verde?
Thank you very much, Mr. Peden. This past June, with the legal recognition of the Juneteenth holiday, we were tasked by our superintendent, who immediately recognized the significance of this, to meet with our partners in labor and update our calendar moving forward to recognize this newly appointed holiday from the government. So this updated calendar for this school year not only adds the holiday recognition in June, but because it happened kind of late in the game this past summer, so to speak, we are recognizing a day this year during our Thanksgiving break to honor Juneteenth, and we'll be closed a day in November to recognize that as well. So that was per Dr. Kedzior's leadership that we jumped on that pretty quickly and worked that out with our partners in labor.
Thank you, Dr. Verde. Any questions, comments, or concerns on this acknowledgement item?
I do have a question. So I'm not sure what you guys are going to be doing, but you will have an explanation to what it means, right? Because I'm sure it's in their 20s and 30s and probably even 40s. I'm not going to go any higher than that. Probably don't even know what the heck that is. So, but I'm sure you guys have that covered. Dr. Verde,
I'm sorry. You mean just the significance of the holiday, Mr. Johnson? What that means historically?
Yes. That's what,
well, I know that's covered in our classrooms for sure. The significance of that holiday and what that means. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, but there are some adults that don't even know what that is. So then, not in the classroom. You know.
Well, CJ, they do now because it's on the calendar. And so more discussion, more talking than has ever happened is happening. So trust moving forward, people are going to be.
I'm happy.
I just want you to know it's on the calendar.
I'm happy anyway. I'm happy. Shoot, I know if you're going to have your hands in it, it's and look, and I'm not joking, but don't forget to mention that school teacher. I mean, I do that. I mean, I'm just between you and I'm just mentioning that to you. But okay, that's it.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
As far as that's concerned.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so we're moving on to item L, comments from board members and superintendent. I think we start with Ms. Smith, right? I got it right.
Always. Thank you.
You're
welcome. It's happening in our district.
Ladies.
Are we starting with Mr. Johnson?
No, I said ladies first.
Okay.
You can understand that. Don't worry about it. He said Mrs. Smith, and I said ladies first. That's all.
Okay. I'm just waiting to start my comments. Right. So much has happened in our district. Since the beginning of the school year, it's hard to believe it's been just a few weeks. All the things that we've been dealing with COVID and many, many other things. Just a few weeks ago, we had the opportunity to participate in the ice cream social the evening before the start of school. I was happy to be there and to greet our students and their families prior to the start of a new school year. And everybody who came through seemed to be pretty excited about the school year starting too, as we talked to them in their cars and said, what are you thinking? Are you excited? Pretty much it was 100%. I would like to say thank you to our nutritional services staff who put in so much worked to make this event happen. They ordered the ice cream, they got it out there, they kept it cold on a very hot day. They did a lot of work. And so thank you to Nutritional Services, to all the people that participated and all the parents and students that came by. Thank you. On the first day of school, I went out to Towngate School and was impressed with how organized they were in getting students checked in and on their way to their classrooms as soon as possible. Like all first days of school, it was hectic and maybe a little bit more hectic than usual. But the staff was working, the students were getting checked in, and I'm sure that all of the other schools were equally as well organized. So thank you to our staff, our parents, our students for a smooth start to the 2021-22 school year. I also just recently attended the State of the City for the City of Moreno Valley, where our very own Dr. Kedziora was honored as the Educator of the Year for Moreno Valley. So congratulations, Dr. Kedziora. I noticed you didn't mention that, but congratulations for this recognition. You're recognized so often, but it's been a little while because you're the best. So, other people acknowledge that. I would also like to express my support for the Valley View cheerleaders. I attended the dinner at BJ's as well as a visit that our county supervisor Jeff Hewitt made to Valley View School. I would like to say how impressed I am with these young women. They have shown courage in the face of adversity and are great representatives of Moreno Valley Unified School District. We couldn't ask for better students than we have right here in Moreno Valley. Just last Saturday, I, along with other board members, Dr. Kedziora, cabinet members, and other school district employees and community members attended a remembrance of the 20-year anniversary of the events of 9/11. On this occasion, we remember not only those who lost their lives on 9/11, but also all military heroes who guard our freedom every day, as well as local first responders, fire, paramedics, law enforcement officers who work to keep us safe every day. At this time, I would like to say thank you. We honor you and thank you for your service. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. Ms. Holguin?
Well, Ms. Smith, you took it all already. You said it all. So
it didn't take you that long.
Well, there's a couple other things that I would like to mention. Of course, Ms. Smith mentioned a lot of good things, good points. But I want to thank Dr. Kedziora. You mentioned it, Dr. Kedziora, that thank you to the board for allowing that special meeting to approve those contracts that were needed. Well, I want to return that and say thank you for bringing us up to speed with that information and then setting up the meeting so that we could approve those contracts and the district could continue moving forward with whatever was needed for the COVID-19, throughout the entire district. And I have to say all the work that has been done from day one and continues being done, it's just amazing how everybody is still doing their part, putting their effort and their collaboration so that the district keeps providing the services to the districts in the sites and the schools and also through independent study. And that is for the administration, but also for the employee groups, for the collaboration, both the teachers, the educators and the classified staff, because everybody has been putting their part. And a lot of people working really hard and a lot of people going through many different challenges. But I just have to say thank you to everyone for everything that has been done and continues because of, and thanks to all the staff commitment and dedication to our students. I also want to add my comments about the Valley View cheerleaders and the Vista del Lago High School volleyball team. And I feel sorry for what they went through, but at the same time, I think it was mentioned already that we are very proud for the way they reacted, or I should say they did not react, and they showed how the class, the behavior that is being established here in the district, and they just came back and they reported what had to be reported, and then they moved on. And I think that's a positive way of dealing with the issues. But at the same time, I think we mentioned to more than a couple of people that a lot of things have been done in our district to create that kind of behavior, to create that kind of mentality. And the efforts and the anti-bullying campaign through the entire school district. And by the way, congratulations to Canyon Springs High School bowling program because of the nomination for the Golden Bell. Just another example of what is being done in the district. But it has taken work, it has taken time to get to this point and to get the students to think that way and to act or react or not react that way. So I also want to congratulate the teams, the cheerleading team, Valley View High School, the volleyball team at Vista del Lago High School, and all of our students, because all of our students, I believe they are in the same mentality. And so that's something that we need to be proud of. But we cannot just rest there. We need to continue that effort. We need to continue that campaign and continue demonstrating to our students how the behavior should be or how we think the behavior should be. So thanks for that. Yeah, Mrs. Smith took a lot of good points, and I just don't want to repeat a lot, but we said a lot of thank yous during the meeting. A lot of work and all the different departments, all the different divisions. And of course, I want to mention Dr. Verdi's department area because of all the positions that have been adjusted, created, in the effort of continuing the services. I know there is a lot of absences. There's a lot of people that are sick, a lot of people that are still not comfortable, but yet a lot of adjustments have been made through the human resources area. So I want to thank Dr. Verdi and his team for everything that is being done to make those adjustments, last minute adjustments. I know I can just imagine every morning trying to find out how many people are not there and how many people need to be covered and who is going to do that, and all those exercises every morning, every week. But the services continue. So thank you, Dr. Verdi, and thank you to your team. And then Maribel Maddox and all the policies, all the different documents that have been put together, the reports and all the implementation of the independent study and all the different areas, everything that has been done through your division, I think that's commendable too. And then we said a lot of thank you to Susana Lopez and her team for the budget, the unaudited actuals presentation. I'm sure Susana Lopez and her team are ready for the audits, for the audit report coming up, and I don't have any doubt that the audit report is going to be as clean as it could be. And no pressure there, Ms. Lopez, but I'm sure it's going to be a good report. So, it's just amazing the work that is happening in the district. Now, I'm saving this for last. Dr. Katsiora has been dealing, I think I already said it, but Dr. Katsiora has been dealing with a lot of challenges, and challenges in many different ways. People complaining, people calling him, people visiting him, and we say over and over and over again that we want to hear from the people, and we want to hear from the community, from students, from parents, from community members. But I can imagine sometimes people are very upset and they come to see Dr. Katsura, or they call him on the phone, and many comments are made. So but Dr. Katsura deals with all that. And I just want to say, I appreciate all the work and all the protection that you have given to the district, Dr. Katsura, not just the board, but the entire district through your actions, through your communication, through your messaging, and through your telephone conversations with many community members. I think that is commendable. So I just want to thank you for that. And that makes a big difference. when we think about other districts and what is happening in other districts. And what you're doing is just unique, I believe, from what I'm hearing from other districts. So thank you for that. And to the parents and to the community members that are supporting the district and the district's work, that believe in the district and they continue supporting the district day after day through the different events and through the different partnerships that have been established. And we saw a tremendous partnership when we had the vaccination day 2 times or 3 times, and all the different organizations that were present to provide the services, the resources. I think that is also a result of the great work of the entire team, Dr. Katsiora, cabinet, and everybody else. So I think the district, even with all the challenges that are presented day after day, the district keeps moving forward. And I'm just honored to be part of this team, the entire district, not just the board, of course. I'm proud and honored to be working with my colleagues on the board, but also the entire district team. I think this is an amazing district. Great things are happening. Some people may not see it, but when you have the conversations with Dr. Katsiora, and when we have these meetings and we see all these presentations and all this information and all these actions that are being taken, and it's just, you just have to think that this district is continuously moving forward, regardless of the challenges. So thank you to all of you, and I'm here to continue supporting the district, continue supporting the superintendent and the team. So thanks so much.
Ms. Holguin. Vice President Johnson.
Yep. Thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank, not thank, but congratulate my fellow airman, Dr. Bloomfield, for an outstanding accomplishment. I'd heard that she was working on her doctorate, but I didn't know that she'd completed it. So just know that I know that she's a dedicated person. I admire her and the entire family, in fact. But I was really proud to see that we acknowledged her the way we did tonight. And I know that Dr. Katsiora is happy with what she has done, not only personally at home, but also for our district. She's made some great contributions. She's one of the people that I hold in very, very high regard. So just want to make sure I say that about her first. And then I also want to thank our speaker. I mean, you know, it's been a while since we've had somebody to speak to us. I appreciate them coming forward and speaking what was on their hearts and minds about some concerns that they had. And it's Mrs. Maddox and Dr. Verdi, you two guys, I mean, you guys was playing a tag team tonight. You did a wonderful job too. I really enjoyed everything that you imparted with us. You can tell that you guys did a lot of research, a lot of time was spent, because you didn't just give us a couple of lines and that was it. Everything that you said was very, very informative, and you also let us know how much you do care and how much work that you do for this district. Sometimes a lot of us know what's happening, but sometimes we don't acknowledge that. So please know that I appreciate everything you guys do, no matter how small or how large you may even think they are, but we really appreciate you. And I've said this before, and I'm going to say it again. When Jesus took me to Moreno Valley High School when I first started, the first person I met was Mrs. Maddox. I'll never forget that. And she was nice then, and she's nice today. Yeah. I am so proud too of Ms. Lopez and Dr. Katsiora and the whole entire team for obtaining that property. I remember a while back we talked about that, and then a few meetings ago we talked about some advancements being made. But then tonight it's almost a done deal. So thank you guys for the hard work. Thank you for the vision too, because we saw that, you guys saw that years ago. And I forgot who said it, but someone said, what if we could ever get that? So now it looks like it's almost, it's right there in our hands. So thank you, Ms. Lopez, you and your team for working so diligently on that. And whoever called you or gave you that information that you imparted with us tonight, thank them too. I mean, you can tell they're listening and they're right there by your side and they knew you needed some help and they came forward with that information that you needed to impart to us. Even though Jeff Hewitt is not here tonight, I was very, very pleased. I'm not going to say surprised, but I was pleased to see him visit our Valley View young girls. And he was there first, and I got there right behind him. And I thought, gee, this guy is early. So he let me know that he was really concerned and he wanted to just see some kids on the campus. It wasn't like, even though he went there to see those girls, he didn't mind speaking to just anybody who he saw before we got started. So he got a lot of respect from me. Not that I didn't respect him before, but a lot more respect. And then even when we were done, he stood around and he stayed as long as the last student was there, just chit-chatting with them. And again, I appreciated that because he showed them how much he do care for his folk area and more especially our young students. So I appreciated that. Then I also have on here, and I already mentioned Dr. Braden and Mrs. Maddox. Thank the speakers. And so it goes without saying, Dr. Ketziora, sometimes I wonder, will we ever get ahead of him? Will we ever like suggest something to him? Even when we do that, he's already there. He may tell us, okay, I'm working on it, or he may just nod, but he's already there. He's already a step ahead of all of us. He sees things and he gets them done right away. And I want him to know too how much I appreciate it. I enjoyed visiting the schools with him this summer, and especially, and I don't mind saying it, I didn't see my Dallas Cowboys this year. I was going with my kids to the camp, and I realized on my left hand was Dr. Ketziora and Jesus going to visit. On my right hand was my kids going to the Cowboys. I chose to go the other route. So Dr. Ketziora, I went only because you're so enthusiastic. I was not going to let that just go by without me going with you. And I gave up a lot for doing that because I doubt if I'll go to Dallas this year. So, but bottom line is, I just want you to know how much I appreciate, the visits that we've had together, and I really appreciate the class that you displayed when you went to all those schools, and when you stopped and spoke with the family, or should I say the lady, because the husband didn't have very much to say at all. It was just the lady, but that's just who you are. So I want to make sure I acknowledge that. And with that being said, that's about all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Well, I will not repeat everything that was just said, but definitely echo my colleagues, and I agree with everything that they said. So I'll leave that there. But I will, mention something that's been on my mind, just given all of this meeting, prior conversations, events that we've been to, things that have happened in the past and the present, and just what we're going through. And one thing that keeps coming back to me is a quote that my mentor, one of my best friends, Coach Eric Arrington, who's no longer with us, really instilled in me, which is not what you're going through, it's how you go through it. And I think that really resonates with where we are right now, even with our cheerleaders and what they had to go through. It's not what you're going through, it's how you go through it. So just wanted to leave that with you all, and I'll just leave my comments there. Dr. Ketziora.
Daryl, when you don't say when you just repeat or you say, I echo what they say, sometimes people don't know what you mean. I'm just kidding with you.
I was like, oh no, I don't know how to fix this.
But I agree. I want to echo what everybody says, but I also want to say, I want people to know how much we support, and I appreciate what people said about our Valley View High School cheerleaders and our Vista Del Lago High School volleyball team. And I just want to say that we have a lot of resources in place within our district that are continuing to support those students. One of them is something that the board, you approved last year, or quite a while ago, but it was the district attorney's office, called the De-Escalation Rapid Response Team. Do you remember that? And we wondered how that was going to work, but one of the things they do is they deal with trauma. And so they have met with the Vista Del Lago High School volleyball team, and they have provided resources for students and families for their experiences. And so, this being in place, it provides a ready, set, opportunity for when you have issues and challenges. It's not like you have to figure out what you're doing. It's that you have this available within the school district. So I want to thank you for approving that, and know that it is helping students at Badger Springs Middle School. And they are also going to meet with the Valley View High School cheerleaders and provide resources and support on an ongoing basis. Because trauma doesn't, it isn't over in a week or a day, or, there's no timeline. And so it's following up and monitoring. And I want to thank Amanda Denniston and Dr. Sheffield for providing that resource and support to our students. And then Daryl, I want to thank you for your sincerity with Diego, the situation that our district has had challenges. We'll never forget this. We'll never be the same. And our hearts go out to Diego Stoltz and his family. And I just want to say, while we all had a lot of different experiences this week, I think that, and this school year, I just want to say thank you to everyone, our employees, our teachers, our students, our families, for supporting each other and working together through something that we have all never experienced. But we find great comfort in the support and humor and the just caring that each of us provide to each other. And I thank the board for that too, because you have definitely been a great deal of support to me and to our community. And you always come to things, and you always support, what's happening. And I just think, people don't always know that. And I want, somebody said to me, a parent said to me, do parents care in our community? And I want to say they care more than most places. And they are always ready to talk and ready to work together. And I just want to thank them too for, being there and supporting their children and caring enough to call me and, say, what are you going to do about this? So I just want to thank everyone. And what a wonderful board meeting. There was a lot on the agenda. And, Ms. Smith, we're going to get done before, people thought we were. And Daryl, you were kind of worried. And I don't think CJ and Jesus were. But but I just want to thank everyone, because it does take a lot to accomplish this, and that truly is, in this time of difference and time of just different kinds of experiences. I just am grateful for this and what we were able to do tonight. Thank you, Mr. Payton.
Thank you, Dr. Kaziora. All right, with no further business to come before the Board of Education, the meeting is adjourned at 9:53 p.m. Great job, everyone. Great meeting.